Thanks. Oh, see? I don't know how my head is supposed to fit in here. Not a lot. Tube top magic. Oh, people would have to pay to see that. Yeah, 5 o'clock. Wali asipug. Wali asipug. All right, let's get started today. We have a jam-packed day. Do you say jam-packed or packed jam? Ah, raise your hand if you say jam-packed. Raise your hand if you say packed jam. He's from Castle Bay. OMG. Packed to the jam. I have these. There's a bunch. They're not part of the draws, but if you want one, we're going to just put them over there at break time. I think it's called a buff. Fiddle? Buff? Anyway, you can wear it as a scarf. There's like 10 ways to wear it. Come and grab it. I don't think it's like a mask though. You can't like filter anything. Oh, all right. So our agenda today, let's just do a quick recap. For those of you who signed on with Jane and Paulina this morning, it is at the room, the third and fourth door as you kind of exit this door. I believe that there are 10 spots per session. So if you haven't signed up yet, there's time to do that. I want to recap yesterday, and yesterday's questions really sparked so many excellent discussions at the tables. These discussions, of course, will be shared back to communities and with MK as they will relate to so much of our programming, not just wellness isolated, but wellness in language, wellness in literacy, wellness. We've seen that and we've heard that. So I want to highlight a couple of themes and what communities said. Trauma course for all teachers to build awareness in teachers and learning coping skills. Traditional teachings for teachers and students with elders. More active outdoor learning, professional development in these areas. Buddy Young with a UNSM partnership. A lot of times Buddy Young's name was mentioned in these. Art and music therapy, mental health literacy, storytelling nights that again address combining community with family and school. Culture back. This one was very true. Parents were expected to be teachers during the pandemic, and some felt defeat. Bring teachers together to share resources. They have been locked down too. Food security, and a good celebration of survival. So those are just some of the examples. There's about 6 pages of notes, and we'll continue sharing those as we kind of conclude those sessions. This morning, we have presentations from 3 communities. Sibignegarik will come up first, then Bahankek, then Acadia. We have an active break today. The active break is at 10 o'clock or just when the presentations conclude. That will be for 15 minutes. There is a prize. I'll find one. But you need a web browser, either via your phone, your laptop, whatever it is, but you need a device to play. And Kahoot is the platform, I guess. So we'll give you a code. James and Kim will come up here, engage. And I think, yeah, individual players, one prize. But if there's a tie, then, you know, we'll duel or something. We have a language presentation. Look at me scroll. Oh, very quick. We have a language presentation this morning from Alwyn and Yolanda, and we'll get into the discussion questions. So the first 3 discussion questions, and as well as a Pictolanding presentation from Kim and Janet. And again, getting into those discussion questions. We'll break for lunch. Given our time, we'll either break for 45 minutes to an hour. Hopefully like an hour, right? It's nice to chat with everyone. We then have 2 community presentations this afternoon. And then followed by a presentation from Kia and Caroline from Allison Bernard Memorial High School, followed by another break, and then an attendance presentation by Darren Gugu, and followed by the last 3 questions and discussion there. We are going to draw for the Apple Watch plus whatever here, 10 more, I guess. So we'll see. So I just wanted to share the recap today. Insightful conversations happening at the tables regarding wellness, not just for teachers, but for our students and our staff and our communities. So I will not delay because we have lots of awesome stuff to view today. So Greg and Al will be doing their presentation. Love it. I'm made for it.
That's my presentation.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be land-based.
Land-based learning.
2019, yeah.
Everybody be surprised when you see that in a couple minutes. Didn't see anything.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
All right, let's get started here, folks. Willie exit Bugam said when? May dalotio. I always wanted to say that here. You know, being from Shubi, it's good to kind of share the language you know, we're learning. But I use that term wisely, me dalotio, because in times of COVID really has changed everything. And it's important for us to really ask how we're doing. Sincerely though, really. But before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge the territory in Sibignegadik. So I just got done talking to Mary Lou down back there. She's one of our school elders there. She's one of the elders in the community, her and Becky. And we talked about Sibigan, the wild turnip, I guess. And that's important for the area because there's not a lot of Sibigan around. And we were looking, and that's one of my journeys as an educator to find Sibigan in Shubi, but it's not there anymore because the farmland and what they do with the farmland every year is they plow it over. They plow it and then they grow whatever. So there is Sibigan out there, but we just need to find it, but it's scarce. But anyway, I'd like to welcome you all to our territory. And I would like to acknowledge our table in the back, table 11. Note to schedule nail kettle. We have our fearless leader in education, Miss Velvet, who is here in attendance with us today. We have elders Dr. Becky Julian is here, along with Mary Lou. And we have Sugar down the back there, and her daughter's joining us. And we're going to have a good game of Waltus after. But we'd like to, speaking of Waltus, and I'll get right back to what we're talking about there. We're doing a lot of learning in Waltus. And we've been talking about putting a challenge out there to all MK schools about having a big Waltus Maui get together. And we should play, really, to bring back that game, because I think it's important for our people. So anyway, back at our table, we have John Miller is here, our IT person. And I'd like to welcome Miss L. Mike here. And she is one of our teachers here, and I invited her. We talked about who can we invite, and I thought about Eleanor's program and the tremendous job that she is doing with the K3 and K4. We have Lynn Sack, who I did work with for years. So we have a lot of fond memories of working together. So she's here with the K4 program. So I'd also like to acknowledge Ochi Salomo and the Ochi captain from the Grand Council, because they are the true knowledge keepers. They connect the past to the present. And, we as traditional educators, we need to find a way to help educate our kids in the future. So I guess that's why we're gathering here together to try to close this gap of learning, I guess. And there's lots of different factors that go into it. So one of the big things is this thing called COVID, kind of changed the world. So anyway, so prior to moving up into the administration position there, I was teaching in junior high. And the Mi'kmaq language program, when we first negotiated and talked about going into that position, we talked about how we can bring the language back in Shubi. And I said to them that, culture is important to go with the language, but, your identity and some of the traditions that we have and some of the cultural things that we do is also important. But because of all the trauma that our people have faced within the last, 100 years or 200 years, it's having a lingering effect on how we educate our people today, because, we're getting away from what we should be teaching our children about the traditional values of the Mi'kmaq people. And, with the language, it should be, it's hard to retain the language when you don't have a lot of language speakers, but, we're trying. And that's the most important thing. So one of our most important jobs is that we have to lean on other communities like in Eskasoni and Waikakama and Chapel Island and, all those good places. So with COVID, we weren't able to bring in our guests, in junior high because of COVID. So that kind of put a damper on how we were educating our kids. So I guess we went to online learning, and, that wasn't a huge hit with some families and classrooms, but, we made do with what we had. So anyway, in the junior high Mi'kmaq position, you could, yep. We were looking for meaningful ways to kind of teach the language, to bring back the language. So we used this thing called land-based learning. And a few years ago, we went to a big old conference there in Alberta, in Enoch. And I wanted to watch a hockey game. So I told the crew there, I was like, no, I'm going to skip on this game tonight because I want to watch the Oilers play against Jordan Eberle and the Islanders. So I'll go next game. Didn't happen. I was like, what happened? COVID hit. We all got shut down. We all had to stay in our hotel room, and I didn't get to watch the hockey game. I was right there. I was so disheartened and heartbroken. I was like, gee, I just stayed in a hotel right till Tuesday before our flight left, and that was it. Never went back. But now our Oilers are in the playoffs and we just made it to the second round. Yeah, so I had a fist pump yesterday with Dominic here, who's here. Yeah, so we're diehard Oiler fans. But like I said, it's good to see a lot of good family and friends here. So land-based education, we were kind of taking all of our traditional knowledge and putting that right into the classroom. And we were looking for meaningful ways in order to teach the language. So our approach, we used some goals for Mi'kmaq language, and we were focusing on Mi'kmaq through land-based education. So the importance of our history is being able to identify with the kids to give them an understanding about where they come from as Mi'kmaq people and why we are here today and how we're going to move forward into the future. And the main goal, I think, was to try to close that education gap of learning. So there's, like I said, there was lots of trauma in our community. In all of Atlantic Canada, I guess there was, lots of trauma going on. So we wanted to find meaningful ways to kind of bring back that culture, because some of the families that are growing up now, they're non-fluent speakers, and a lot of them have never participated in activities of hunting and fishing and the history of the treaties and stuff like that. So in Shubi, under the treaty, they talk about River Shubenacadie, and they said that, we're allowed to set up these truck houses along River Shubenacadie, and that's documented right into the treaty. I don't know. I sit there and I tell people, that's, the government, the federal government, they acknowledge that river as being our river in River Shubenacadie because, they talk about it. So, we take that very serious here in Shubi because we use the river for a lot of food and ceremony down at the river. And the third thing, I guess, by land-based learning, we're focusing in on trying to meet provincial outcomes. So in science, English and math, you do all these activities that the Mi'kmaq people once upon a time did together, but we're also trying to meet those provincial outcomes for education. And I think what's in the junior high division, that's what we did in our pod. We got together and we have a schedule. So throughout the year, when I first came into the position, I sat down with Mary Lou and we had a good talk. And I asked her, what would be the best way to approach moving forward with Mi'kmaq. And we talked about coming up with an outdoor education plan that would be for each season of the year. So in the fall time, our Mi'kmaq people did activities, and it going on into winter time. We did activities for survival, and going into the springtime, things start to open up. And then of course we broke for summertime and things like that. So here is the schedule that we used in the junior high language program. So starting at Wigumkawigus, the make call in time. So at the end of summer, what we did was we went out and we picked sweetgrass, and there's few areas in Shubi that you can go and pick sweetgrass, but because a lot of people go and pick there, you have to find different places to go. And according to my understanding, where the salt water meets the fresh water and the tidal waters is where you will you'll find that sweetgrass. It has something to do with the soil, the soil and all that scientific stuff. But at the Optimum, the two-eyed seeing approach has a lot to do with how we look for sweetgrass and stuff like that. So this past few years, we constructed a traditional sweat lodge, and that sweat lodge was on the Powell grounds right by the school. Velvet was very instrumental in bringing the cultural trail to LSK, and there's lots of different outdoor classrooms that we're anticipating and using, and the sweat lodge and the talking circle and the sacred fire pit are just a few of them, but there's lots to see. So when you guys do come down to Shubi, and I encourage you guys to come and visit, we will show you our our proud trail that we have, the cultural trail. So, yep. And again, going in through December and January, we did the Christmas wreaths and we did the ice fishing. Gee, I gotta tell you guys that story. Holy smokes, man. We went to Buckinghamshire. And I reached out to Carrie Prosper. So I leaned on him. I said, geez, I said, Carrie, we need to take our kids ice fishing. I said, can you hook us up with that? And he said, sure. She said, come on down. So, we arranged it and we went down to Buckinghamshire. And one of the coldest days of winter, we went down there. It was like minus 22 or something, minus 25. With the wind chill factor, it was like minus 30. And all the kids were saying, no, Mr. Mar, we don't want to go there. It's too cold. Oh, come on, it's only a little bit. We'll only be there for a little while. We didn't have a hut. So, and we had an auger. So we got the kids out there and they were drilling in the ice, and that ice was thick. Holy smokes, it was cold. We froze, and I put my car in the ditch, but we won't talk about that. But those are stories, and those are important because, they're going to talk about that someday. Yeah, so anyway, February, that was that time that we went. And Abuganajit, boys, I tell you, you got to feed that moon. It's one of the traditional things that we do down home in Shubi. Yeah. All right, next one. Yeah. And of course, this is, these are, we're going to show you guys a few pictures of some of the activities that we actually did. So the tree tapping one, Sizumokana Bugero, tree tapping for maple sap is one of the big things in Shubi that we do because, I guess what that tradition probably comes from the Ilnu people who used to do that many years ago, but that tradition, has since been forgotten, but, it's still there because we still have maple trees. And the river this time of year is important for our people in Shubi because, that's where everybody gets out and they go bass fishing. So we identified the smelt. When the smelt come up, there's a run of Gaspro that come in, and then the shad. Is it the shad that come in? And Jigo is the big one that we go after to feed our families. And that's what we've been, because we have a history of the treaty signing in Shubi and hunting and fishing. We really seriously take our hunting and fishing rights seriously when we're in Shubi. And I think it's important for our kids to understand that tradition that we have to carry it on. And I think that's it for that one, yeah. So here it is, some of the pictures that we do in our classroom. So in August, in early August, I guess, we went out and we picked sweetgrass down toward Peggy's Cove. And if you guys go down through Peggy's Cove and you guys are going down through all those little pockets and walking trails, you guys will find the sweetgrass down there. You guys just have to know where it's at. So what we teach with the kids is we teach them about the mind, body, and the spirit of the braiding of the sweetgrass and how important that is for smudging and ceremonies. So out of that, we were able to kind of go into the 7 sacred teachings units in Mi'kmaq. So we're able to talk about respect and things like that that's needed throughout the year. You can just scroll right through those. Yeah. The other one would be the Christmas wreath program in December. So I have some funny stories with that one too, but we'll save that for another day. The Christmas wreaths, we go tipping. Yeah, we go tipping. We teach our kids because, we were brought up in our family, we were brought up to go out and get the tips for the fir boughs for the Christmas wreaths because, that was an extra source of money when you guys were able to, make a lot of Christmas wreaths and you guys were able to sell them by the truckload and you get some extra Christmas money. And boy, you felt very good to get you make some money. And then all of a sudden, you have to give it to your parents so that, they could, they could do whatever they want with it, really. But we learned something. We learned that respect is good. Yeah. And here we are, and here's the finished product. So we taught our kids, and this was in-house. We didn't have to go out into, the outside the communities because we have a lot of people who actually made the Christmas wreath program. So you could just scroll right through those if you want. There's a few pictures there, and you could see the look on these kids' face, aesthetic expression they call it in English, but for them to accomplish something powerful and positive, you could just see it on their face, and here they're collecting the fir boughs. And some more pictures, yeah. There's my buddy John and I there having a grand old time. This one, Suzumokonobu. I guess we used to tap trees a long time ago, but now I guess they have all this fancy equipment. You know, you have the spile, you have the bucket, you have the lid. You have to have the, oh, did you that pound in the spile? So we did that in 4 different phases. Like we did, the first phase was a guest presentation. And so we had to go and we had to look for people who had an understanding about tree tapping and what that was all about in order to teach our kids. So they were able to kind of tap their own trees and get the maple sap. They were able to collect it. And then we did the phase of boiling it down. And they made their own final product, which was bottled up. And it was given out to each family who participated in the tree tapping. And at the end, we brought it into full circle where we had a nice meal and we used our maple syrup, and we had pancakes and sausages. Yeah. So there should be a few pictures there. So Roger was Roger Ward from Red Bank, who lives in Shuby, was responsible for passing on some of those cultural teachings. So there's a classroom presentation. So we just gave a quick rundown about what to expect and what every piece was for. And out in the location site, so we had to find the right sugar maple trees in order to tap them. And of course, we drilled a hole. When you go to drill that hole, you have to drill it on a 45-degree angle. And it's no more than about 2 inches into the tree, because if you go too far into the tree, you can possibly kill that tree. So you need to be really careful when you drill that hole. Inserting the spile. So we tap the spile in there with the hammer. And you know, once you get a good tree going, that the maples, that the sap will start dripping out right away. And there's the boys there. They're putting the buckets and the lids together, and they're starting to collect the maple sap. And there it is again. And to make at least 1 liter of maple sap, I think you need to boil down like 40 liters to make like just a little wee bit of maple sap. So we collected over, I think it was like maybe 400 liters. And we boiled that down so that everybody was able to take a little bit home, and we were able to feed the school. There's the boiling down process. And of course, there's the meal. So we had pancakes and sausages, and the kids used their own maple syrup, I guess. So they talk about viscosity. I guess in science, it's the thickness and the thinness of a liquid. So it depends on how you like your maple syrup. I guess some families like the runny syrup, and some people like the thick syrup. But that's all part of the boiling process when you boil it down. And this is the big one. This is the big one because we teach a lot about the fishing in Shuby. Because you know, we had a lot of lingering effects from, you know, the residential school and stuff like that. There was a big gap of what we call intergenerational gap of learning. So a lot of that learning, our kids weren't able to have access to hunting and fishing in the community, because some families didn't think that, you know, they could go out and hunt and fish because, you know, they were too afraid to go and stuff like that. So over time, I guess what happened was, you know, a lot of families lost their way about doing all this traditional learning, and you could see it in the kids when they pick up a fishing rod and you have to teach them right from scratch how to do all the things about fishing. So we had presentations because this thing was so huge. We did Eduoptimum, 2IC and Ghetto. So we brought the scientific approach in, and we had traditional elders and knowledge keepers that came in and did presentations along with Acadia University, and we had Clifford Paul from Member 2 come in and do a presentation, and he shared some of his traditions about how they do fishing up in Cape Breton and things like that. So it was really good to have all that knowledge come into one area through these workshops. Like I said, some of the kids never been fishing in their life, and they didn't know how to cast. They didn't know how to hook up their fishing rod. So we made it a point to go outdoors and teach the kids how to cast. And we've been doing that for the last 5 years, I think last 5 years. Not so much last year or the year before that, but a few years before that. And this year we got to go back out to the river. And of course we had MCG come in and they did some outdoor cooking, and they taught us about the nets, and they taught us how to clean the fish. And it was really something nice to see. On the river in Stewiacke, and I guess, you know, I have to acknowledge Michael Ardeni and Trevor Gould for the tremendous job that these guys are doing as young knowledge keepers in Mi'kmaq, because you know that those traditions are being passed on. But Trevor, I see Trevor's videos on Facebook where he's talking about the place names and how, you know, all of these place names that you see were adopted from Mi'kmaq words. Sibeganakadi, and I think Stewiacke was another one, and Antigonish was one, and things like that. So you could see how the names were kind of watered down into something that was more understandable in the English language. But at the Stewiacke River is part of the Shubi River. And when the bass come in from the ocean, they come in to one of their last spawning grounds, I guess, in the mainland. So these fish come up through the Shubi River and they make their way up into the spawning grounds in Stewiacke. So the data that we collected, we use that every year. So at the bottom here, you see the summary. We have 56 anglers. We had 41 students back in 2019 and 15 volunteers. Our kids who have never fished a day in their life, they caught 41 bass that day. Yeah. So yeah, really, that's something. It's and they were all catch and release. And the science part, the data collection, what they did was the scientists from Acadia University, they do a tagging system. And when you catch a fish in Stewiacke River, those fish can travel like to all parts of the United States. I guess we had some of our tags were identified in Ohio and somewhere's down in Maine and places like that. So these fish really travel. And that gives the scientists a better understanding of the lifespan and the cycle of the Jigao and where they go and what they do. And here's the drone footage of the river, I guess. And this was taken by Morgan McDonald, our senior high teacher in science. I don't think you can hear the sound on that, eh? I don't know. It shouldn't be. Yeah, so here is the Stewiacke River, and these are all the kids out there fishing back in 2019. So this was a big project for us because we had to go, we had to secure the bait, we had to go get the fishing rods, and so here's everyone gathering. I think Shara Johnson came down to do some fishing, and she took some pictures, and she looks forward to this event every year. So anyway, that's my presentation for this morning. I would like to invite Miss L up. She has an awesome presentation about what she's doing for her program. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss L. I would like to thank you guys for listening.
Well, oh, how are you doing? Whenever I come into a classroom, I tell my students, I said, you know, this teaching is ceremony. I said, that's how I look at teaching, as ceremony. I'm teaching you something. And when I started at LSK, I was a teaching assistant way long time ago. Did my education through the education department. Velvet and Kelly were very adamant about me becoming a teacher. They said, you shouldn't be a teaching assistant. You should be in there teaching. And so I did my education degree through distance ed while I was working in Sabaganagadi. I traveled all over the province. I've worked in Membertou, I've worked in Eskasoni, I worked in Bear River. I even worked in Millbrook. But when I came back to Shubi, when I finally moved back home, I was a substitute teacher and our Mi'kmaq language teacher was out, so I was in. And I am a non-speaker. Hi. I grew up, I'm a Shubi whacker, you know? I remember being a teenager and going to conferences and then people would talk to me in Mi'kmaq and I just would be like, eh. I think a guy asked me out one time and I said, eh. And I went outside and he never came out. So we've been in a loving relationship for 37 years. What's his name? Mugajidu. So when I started doing Mi'kmaq, I used my phone and I used the MK apps. So Alwyn doesn't know it, but Alwyn has been sitting with me every time I go to start learning Mi'kmaq. I love the way Alwyn speaks. I love his when he's on the apps and so that's how I do it. I do it through pictures. Now, when I went to my teachers in my classroom, they were all about the literacy side of it. I said, I teach kindergarten and Head Start, and we need to learn the sounds. We need to learn to walk before we can run. And I said, and I can't learn it. And then, well, you can try. I said, who's going to teach me? All by myself, right? Just me and Alwyn by ourselves. And I asked my mom, and she said, Alwyn's my cousin. So, I mean, my wife would be pretty upset, and so it is. Okay, so what I do is I use pictures, and I start a conversation with our kids. And so this was our grade 1 song. And what I use pictures and I use sign language, and I stole it all from the internet. Because as teachers, we don't reinvent the wheel, right? Nestaman? All right, all right. So I get the kids started and I was like, okay, kids, we're going to start off. What's this picture right here? Click. What's that? A deer. In Mi'kmaq, we say lentuk. Okay, I want you guys all try this. Put your hands up like this. Put your thumbs on either side of your eyebrows and tap it. Lentuk. Next picture, please. Abaligamuch. Next picture, please. Me ouch. Next picture, please. Ah, Daisy Bowl. Next picture, please. When you tap yourself twice in the chest and you make a circle, you're saying I am in sign language. So I say ni ne na. And the word for sign language for a native person is the letter F and then 2 feathers behind your head. I didn't like that. I said mo'o. And my friend who is in, she does sign language for Pride here in Halifax. She goes, well, what would you use? I was like, we're using something different because that's not who we are. I'm not that, no. So what we decided with us, because we're Mi'kmaq, there's 2 M's in there. So we take our finger, put your thumb over your pinky finger, and you have an M. So we do it with both hands. And we said, Mi'kmaq. So that's what I would do with my kids. Can you start it from the beginning again? Eh, oh, well, oh, I'd like to use my status card. All right, so stick with me. Stick with me, okay, everyone else? I'll say it, then you say it. That's a big thing with me, Mi'kmaq. I say it, then you say it. My kids get excited and they say it before me. I say it, then you say it, all right? All right, lentuk, abaligamuch, me ouch, ah daisy bo, ni nena, mi gama. You can go to the next slide. And then we started with more animals and the kids picked the animals. So they were picking the animals. And so this is one of my favorite ones because the grade 1s who are now grade 2s, they love this one. I see them in the hallway and I go like this. Because that's how you do it, right? And they're all like, mooch. And we went on, kept going on like that. And this year I took the grade 1s to, we had our first field trip and the lady was trying to get them to say snake. And she goes, well, what's this? Da, da, da. And the kids are all looking at her. You know, they're still stranger danger. Most of my kids in grade 1 haven't been out in public. So they're kind of like, I'm behind her and I'm going, and they're like, snake, that's a snake, you know? But like just using that. And so when I work with my kids, that's how I do it. It's all pictures and I have it written down phonetically. Because if I was to show them the literacy of the Mi'kmaq language at that young of an age, I always use the letter K. They're being taught that K is k, cake, rake, right? Then I come in, mig, g, g, right? So I don't show them any literacy. I do pictures and then I created these little books and they're my illustrators. So we take all of these, I've taught them 300 words since I started. And that includes conversational Mi'kmaq. When I'm teaching, I taught them Abajasi, right? And they gotta catch me when I'm doing it because I'll be teaching and then I'll start walking backwards and I'll start walking out of the class. And he's in K4, my little Brady, hey, Miss L, Abajasi. And I'm like, you got me, you know? And they love the word chair in Mi'kmaq. How do you say chair in Mi'kmaq? Yep. It's not how my kids say it. They're like, Miss L, where's your good booty? And I was like, it's over there. They're like, no, it's not. Like one of my Head Start students, she cracked up laughing. Isla, she goes, Miss L got a big booty. I was like, you know, but we have to be able to have that fun and laugh with them. My kids especially, they only get Mi'kmaq class in the afternoon. So I get them after recess or after lunch because they're all in the Martin Family Initiative. So they have to stay still for a very long time. So when Miss L comes around, Miss L's got her bag full of tricks because I'm still a traveling teacher. I still travel classroom to classroom, just makes it easier. So whenever Miss L's coming around, the kids know we're either going to go outside, we're going to go run the halls, like there's going to be fun, right? And recently we were talking about mental health and the gap and stuff like that. My kids, my 6-year-olds are carrying a lot of trauma with them. We as teachers are picking up that trauma. We go home and we don't know what the heck to do with this trauma. So I sleep. I go home, my family is like, you're gonna have supper? And I was like, no, I gotta take a nap because I need to be able to let go of this energy. But I told one of the teachers, she's like, you're not teaching anything. Me and the kids were sitting there, I got paint on me, we're all running. I was like, I'm teaching everything. I'm teaching these kids that it's okay to take a break. I'm teaching them it's okay to laugh. It's okay to sit on the floor. It's okay to take off your shoes, but don't have them fire because we could have a fire drill at any moment. You know, and that's the big thing, any moment. And they said, one of my students, she said, there isn't going to be a fire drill, Miss L. I said, there isn't going to be a giant who breaks into our school. I said, but it's not zero. So chances are, but not zero. He said, makes sense. So he picks his shoes up, you know, and just being able to get back to that. I said, the education and the language will come. We need to let these kids know that they're in a safe space. You know, so my kids, I always say, Madame Lane, how are you? And they'll go, Wadasi. Because when I taught it to them, I said, you can't say Wadasi mad. You can't, it just sounds weird. Yeah, Wadasi. Just like you can't teach I'm angry, akidemi, and akidemi, wait, I said, say that happy. I said, listen to my friend Oliver say it. He says happy. He says, and they're all, you know, and that's what they do. Like, and one of them come around the corner and she goes, Miss L, I'm at her because when we were outside, I was like, okay, she's angry. Okay, let's go, you know, like, and just being able to do that conversation. So that's what I do. I have no plans on leaving Sbaganagity anytime. I love my kids and I love teaching them the language and I'm learning just as much as they are. I said, I'm the Mr. D is at that TV show. I was like, don't jump ahead. Nobody download the app. Don't download the app. Although it's free on Apple and Google, just saying, you know, because Miss L's going to try to teach you all this stuff on here. So that's what I do. And that's how I do it. I do it through song. I do it through pictures. And thank you very much, Mr. Marr and Sbaganagity Education for asking me to be here today. Everyone else, just shake your hands a little bit. Shake your hand a little bit. Okay, repeat after me. I'm smart. I am strong. I am loved. When I speak my Mi'kmaq language, my ancestors are proud. Walal in Wasog, That's how I think, and we finish every class with my kids.
See. Well, all the exhibit negative for that presentation. Greg, I was in awe of your year outdoor ed plan. I need to see this. I need to connect. I love the organization and the connection to curriculum, right? It's amazing. Miss L, oh God, you're so funny. But I love your approach and I love your honesty. All right, up next we have Bungek. Tanya, Miss Tanya, who's joining you? Just you. Do you have a presentation? Oh, yes. Oh, you too.
We're right. April wants to this year. Okay, don't start the video yet, Julian. God, what you guys should have put me first, like first. I know she talked about me yesterday first. She should have put me up first. Like, I'm like, we can't compete with these guys, man. Holy shit. They're right deadly. But anyway, back to reality. It took a long time to get here, you know, got to school. Holy shit, it was like bad. I had to start taking Ativan. But anyway, there was a big process and, you know, to get here and a lot of tears, sweat, and God knows. And anyway, we opened up in September. We had a grand open in October. We even beat you, Pictoland, and we had our grand open before you guys. But anyway, we went through some we went through some rough times, but I'm confident in our kids and their pride that they're showing. We had kids weren't you know, they're all like shy, whatever, and some even didn't even think they're Mi'kmaq when they walked in that door. But now they're confident enough to be able to dance even in our little Maui-omis that they hold at the school. So I did something right. Our community did something right? And just like to thank MK and everybody else who helped out along the way. It was a long journey, but yeah, we're here. And I forgot to wear my shirt because when we first opened up, I got these shirts made and they said, "Willamsit" at Bungek Education Center. Because that's how I felt. I was Willamsit, man. We're opening up. Anyway, I have I'm not usually the talker, but I've been doing this for fucking sorry, years. I didn't mean to say that, honest to God. But anyway, and I apologize for the length of the video. When I seen the agenda, it's like, okay, we got 20 minutes. So I didn't take in effect how long Blair would talk, but Anyway, this is our video. I hope you enjoy it. And keep watching. I know you're going to lose interest after 3 minutes like kids. But anyway, thank you all.
Hi, my name is Starla Bernard. I am from Wagomah and I teach primary 1 at Buckingham Education Center. I'm going to school. I went to the reserve in Wagomah and that's run with MK. So I always had amazing role models growing up to look up to. I felt like being at that school also helped me today. Not only did I have those role models and I saw things, I bring those experiences and such to my classroom as well. To keep my students engaged and motivated in my classroom, I try to pick things that relate to them. Also, what gets their interest. They're very interested in learning their language because down in Buckingham, they barely hear it and they love hearing it every day, and coming into the classroom with someone who's able to speak a little bit, they get that here. So every day they want to learn a new word. When can we listen to some apps maybe or such? So that was fun. So they're always engaged in that. Not only as they're learning their language, they're learning cultural or relevant things to them. We've been going fishing and such. We've been practicing cultural traditional ways. Some communities are not lucky enough to be able to do these cultural things and such. So being able to go to a school where they're able to practice and expand their thinking as well in their own culture, expanding their identity and such as well is a big, big yeah for them. Because often you do go to public schools and you lose yourself and your identity. Not only that, you're not often hearing what's going on in our even just our culture alone. So here they have the opportunity to learn and also to share their learning as well, and to even take back to their community for teaching their language or even helping people who go to schools nearby, because this is only offered from primary to 3. We cannot offer to the whole community, but these little children can be the role models that we need for this community to expand.
All right, my name is Carlina Johnson. I teach here primary to 4 as a substitute teacher. And I have been subbing at a couple other Mi'kmaq schools as well, primary to 12. That's what I've been doing lately with the kids is introducing them to Waltz. It's a traditional dice traditional game that uses the burl of a tree, usually hardwood like maple burl, and bone dice with a decoration on one side. Now, these are hard to come by, so I made something for the kids, and I got them to decorate their own dice. Here's some of the dice that they've decorated. Yeah. So one side is decorated and one side is blank. So instead of worrying about that breaking with when I'm just teaching them, we have child-friendly kits, and they're thrilled with making their own dice. It's a very ancient game. Walt does tells a story. It tells a story of old ladies and a man, single man. And there's various times in the story that there are points, there's firewood, they're gathering wood for the winter. There's different stories that go along with playing it. And the object is to get all the points. But it's fun reading a little story as we're playing. So I've been doing that this week as part of the cultural teachings and a bit of art. Early memories of my mother being a teacher and my godmother, her sister, being a teacher. So my cousins and my siblings would play school from an early age because our parents were teachers. And my godmother, Mi'kmaq as well. So I did choose a different career path, but then I went around again and got my education degree and returned to it again about 3 years ago. I do like the hands-on, and I like the students actually handling materials rather than just seeing, like we do use videos, obviously, but to actually have hands-on. So when we were having an Earth Day, I brought beaver chewed sticks, I brought natural clay dug from the ground, I brought hay and different materials. And it turned out to be not a nice day outside, so spit out the garbage bags and we did some Earth Day activities inside. And that was just so much fun. They are, as they grow up and their abilities, whatever their abilities are. Like even learning about an ancient game Walt does. They may not connect it to their identity at this stage, but as they grow up, it's like, oh, well, yeah, I learned that. I know how to do it. I know how to count it. And when they learn different stages, they feel proud that, oh, I can do that. And even something as simple as a traditional game, which has complex rules, you can see the pride in them when they've drawn and then they've played, and when they're playing the game, I made that one, and just instilling the pride, and hopefully that will build as they grow and learn more.
My name is Melissa Baker. I am the acting principal at the school right at the moment. I'm also teaching. I teach art, music, and outdoor education right now. Lots of stuff. I do lots of, like, we go outside, find sticks and come in and make, talking sticks, or I have birch bark, we make little canoes, or we do it as often as we can, as frequent as we can. We go on lots of things. We're going fiddlehead picking soon. We took the kids fishing and they did fabulous. We're going fishing again. We just try to incorporate it in every day. I just want them to have confidence because, like I said to other people, like, beginning of the year, the students had very low confidence. They didn't talk much, they didn't want to participate, especially our older students that were already in like another school. But now when they come to school every day, they have so much confidence. They want to participate in everything. They're not hiding away. They're not shying away. I've had students actually want to stay in to read who didn't want to read at the beginning of the year. So it's just amazing. So I want them just to gain confidence of who they are and keep that with them.
My name is Jenna Pierce. I'm from Port Hawkesbury, so I'm about 25 minutes away from here. I'm a first year teacher here at Buckinghamk Education Center. I wanted to be a teacher because I wanted to stay local and help kids who have grown up in a similar way that I have. So bringing things that I like into the classroom and fostering an environment where people can be themselves and learn an environment that they're comfortable in. I was always really involved, so I feel like my experience helped by bringing a variety of things into my practice. So people are so different in so many ways. So having a variety of knowledge and a variety of experiences helps to create a variety of teaching. So bringing that in to give someone everything, or at least one thing that they like. Everything we do is cultural. We include outside as much as possible. So creating that relationship with the earth, including the language, including the 7 teachings. So bringing everything back to that and making those connections, helping students become the best version of themselves and learning about themselves is cultural also. We spend a lot of time focusing on ourselves as people and how we connect to our surroundings. So we do a variety of things every day that relate to that. Students motivated and on task. It's very comfy, like we're very cozy. It's almost like they're learning from home, basically. They're able to find a spot in the classroom that they feel comfortable in, and that will help them be the best version of themselves. So if we're reading, then I give them a few minutes to like make a comfy space, and those few minutes translate into a lot more minutes of good work kind of thing. But like we eat together, we smudge together, we sing together. It's all very, very comfortable. So I think from the get-go, students are a lot more willing to participate and a lot more eager to try new things because of how they feel in this space. My students kind of know what to expect. They know what they're allowed to do and what we're likely going to do in the day. So it's kind of predictable in terms of routine, but there's a lot of comfort in that. But yeah, it's super cozy. It's like a second home, really.
My name is Taryn White, and I'm the behavioral interventionist for the Buckinghamk Health Center. I come here once a week to work with kids, usually on Tuesdays. So my role is to do programming with children. It's also to work with individual children. And so the way that I bring culture into that is by having mentors, by having elders, by doing more traditional crafts and stuff with children. We try to keep kind of into the culture of Mi'kmaq. So we try and teach about fishing. We try and teach about livelihood. We try and do the 7 secret teachings and stuff like that. We do smudging with the children. So it's just different things that we kind of do to incorporate culture into what I do. So mostly what I do is I do behavioralized plans for single children. And mostly what we do is I work with the school one-on-one with the child or with TAs and the teachers in order to keep kids into the school. That way they can actually learn about their culture. They can get that education that a lot of children, Native children, Mi'kmaq children don't get, which I think is very good.
Beautiful video, beautiful center. I love that Waltus idea. And thank you, Tanya. We probably need to add like a few second delay to the live stream next time. So we're going to take a break. It's 10:15-ish. 15 minutes. I'll invite James and Kim. Those of you who want to participate will win this. Mi'kmaq Strong, size, medium, men's. Okay, so if you want to participate, this is trivia for you.
All right, for anybody who wants to play trivia, we're gonna get started. So as long as you have a device, it can be a phone, computer, iPad, it can be absolutely anything. What you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna open your browser. So if it's Safari, Google Chrome, and you're gonna wanna type kahoot.it. And the first thing you're gonna get is you're gonna get your game pin. So you're gonna find your game pin right up at the top. You could also scan the QR code, but the game pin is probably the easiest way to get in. And join with your name. So when you win the prize, we know who to find, because it's really hard to find if you just name yourself a number or a letter. And once you're in, we'll give everyone a few minutes to get in. When you're in, your pad is going to be your phone or it's going to be your computer. That's how you're going to, and it's going to be color coded with shapes. So we'll wait for everyone to get in. We'll wait for everyone to get in. We probably should have done stuff. Yeah. So anyone that wants to join, you're going to go to your web browser, kahoot.it, and you're going to put your pin in, and we're going to start it up. And we have 17 people in so far. And we're going to start off with logos. So it's going to be our first one. We're going to get into a little bit more trivia in the next break. And then we also have Kim has done a music, an 80s music. So hopefully we'll get everyone up dancing. No, just kidding. We're not going to dance. Well, you can if you want, but.
Tell them about the goal to be as fast as they can.
Yeah. So once we have everyone in, which it looks like we do, we're going to go over. So just because you get it right doesn't necessarily mean you're going to find yourself in the top of the leaderboard. It's also speed. So the faster you can get that in, as well as the correct answer, are going to earn you more points. So I think we're going to get up and we're going to start now. So if we have, is there anybody that's not able to get in? I think we're going to start. Oh, we have a few people joining in. And we're going to start. So your pin is going to be your device. And it's going to be color coded. So you look up here for your question and you put it in on your device. So what is this logo? We have a timer coming down and you'll see the colors on your device you're able to select. Awesome. So Twitter. And our leaderboard is starting to shape up. Oh, the next one's 80s music. Kim is gonna have you in with the 80s music and up and dancing. We figured the first one we would have it a little until we get everyone logged in. Then it'll get a little more exciting with the next one.
It's the warm-up round.
Yeah.
NBC.
Just realized I spelled Subaru wrong. Yeah, it's a trick. I spelled Subaru wrong.
Actually, because of the time that oh no, but it would be right away for her. Watch it if you're on your phone, right? You can watch the live stream.
Oh, we have a close race for first and second.
That's your phones. They have newer phones. Someone's on fire. I know. I'm gonna start playing now, see if I come from behind.
Oh, it's a close race. That one's for you, Alex. Yeah, that was for you, Alex.
Of course, you got to come.
We some shifting in the leaderboard at the final hour.
Oh, I don't know this one. Hey, hold on. Oh, it's on the
Frozen up. Should have put a dollar sign next to that one with the price of gas. Yeah. It was one of the pre-made ones. It was one of the pre-made ones.
Oh, no way. That's so cheap. It's like half the logo. Oh, yeah. Definitely Google. Don't be fooled anyone.
Just for 3 people.
Oh, Madeleine's back in the game.
All right, the last
No, I don't
2.
think so. R.I.P. Yeah, they should have bought Netflix. I had the chance.
And the final one for the sweater.
$50. Podium.
All right, the podium for the sweater.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's third. That's third. You get a shout out for the first 2, and then the winner is Paulina. All right, thanks for participating in Kim's 80s music. I think it'll be a little bit more getting up and dancing. It's a more active break.
Is that the next one? Him.
Yeah.
We have about 5 more minutes. There's a break out there, food. So don't forget your other one.
I think the video is like 10 minutes long.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna take out. So I'm gonna do presentations back to back and then questions, just so we kind of stay on time.
So, we're doing it a little bit differently this year. We're doing the 3
Okay, 3 minutes.
Everything has to go into my computer. Give me a second. Catch my breath. Yeah, that's not the problem. No, that's not the problem. Audio. Putting audio in two different places. No. You can. I can. Also use it to show it. There's also oh, this is Alex's side. Okay, you're gonna do it for mine. It's all. I like the FSU. I like the FSU reference. That was a good one. Oh,
Okay, we're coming back. Door prizes. JK. I need names again. So at lunch, we'll collect y'all all the names. Don't use the whole paper, like cut it in half. So we are moving on. Am I good? Are we unmuted?
No, yes, we're unmuted.
Okay. All right. Just hello.
Okay, great. That'll give us time. Yeah, you need to iMessage me the links to each of those.
Are we good? Oh, we're letting him oil. Well, Ollie. Giselle. Chugwa. Oh, babes, good luck. You want to go shut the doors? Alwyn first. Okay, I'm going to welcome Alwyn Jador to do the first part of the next presentation. Alwyn is the Mi'kmaq language junior consultant with MK, and then followed by Yolanda Denny, who is the Mi'kmaq language consultant at MK. It does say discussion questions on the agenda, and certainly there are 3 very important questions that we need to cover, but we are trying to catch up on our agenda. So we are going to do presentation 1, Mi'kmaq language, presentation 2, the Pictou Landing literacy presentation, and then we'll get into the discussions. Same routine as before, MK staff, 2-3 designates at your table, pull up a chair, and those need to come, type your notes over lunch or as you're doing it, submit them right away because Acadia afternoon. Yeah, so we missed one presentation, but we will make it up at the 1 o'clock presentation slot. Thank you very much, Janice. Okay, so let me welcome Alwyn.
Are we ready, Julian? Ready to roll? Ready to roll. Okay, so I more so prepared a interview with an old friend. I'll introduce him. His name's Dean Simon. He's from one of the First Nations reserves in Newfoundland. And Dean managed to learn our language with almost virtually no speakers where he's at. He relied a lot on reading and writing and creating a network, a whole network of speakers that he connected with over the years. And one of those speakers is the late Helen Sillaboy. So I got together with him on Friday and asked him a few questions. And the message that I was trying to convey when I was speaking with Dean was that there's more than just one strategy. There's more than just one approach in learning our language, the Mi'kmaq language. There's many different approaches, you know, and I wanted to highlight Dean's approach because I really, how do I say it? How do I put it? The approach that he took, you know, he managed to be able to learn our language and to almost fluently speak it in a place where there's really no speakers. So I wanted to kind of present that and show our people, just because, you know, you're in a region or area or maybe if you have no speakers around you in person, there's still a way to learn our language. You know, sky's the limit for me anyway. That's how I try to view things. You know, the sky is the limit. You know, whatever approach is there, you know, take it. You know, take the opportunity. So short and sweet. Then I'll just get right to the video and let Julian and Alex do their magic. Lalio. First question I had in mind was basically tell us a little bit about yourself. How did your language journey start, and why did you want to start on this journey of learning our language?
Well, of course, Newfoundland has lost more culture, I suppose, than any other group, being more isolated, I guess. Separated from the rest of Mi'kmaq. I didn't really set out to become fluent, really. I wanted to be able to do small talk with people in my community and say hello when I see them at the store and that sort of thing. And the more that I got into it, the more I realized that it was a possible, achievable objective. And so the next question becomes, well, how do you do that if there's nobody around to teach you? And I got it in my head from the very beginning that I need to teach myself to be a very, very good reader and writer, because yes, there are video and audio resources out there, but a lot of it is in writing. So if I was able to pronounce a long word perfectly that I read in a book somewhere, then that would allow me to continue self-studying. By the same means, if somebody said a new word that's not written down anywhere and I could write that accurately and save it for another day kind of thing. So I feel very confident in my reading and writing.
But what were some of the strategies you started using, like maybe resources and materials, maybe people, like what helped you get started? And, you know, and then I'll move on to my next question.
Yeah, well, I realized very early on that memorizing long lists of nouns and stuff like that was not in my best interest, particularly those that have nothing to do with my daily life. So when it came to vocabulary acquisition, I was very focused on, okay, what do I need when I wake up in the morning, when I need to eat in the morning, when I need to go to work, when I come home, what do I do for recreation? Those things were the vocabulary that I concentrated on. And I've even taken that another step further now with my teaching, that I suggest to people, now this is not going to come through. Let me see. Let me take the blur off the video.
Yep.
Yeah, so I tell people these are the first 34 words you should know. And they are all conjugations of ebi.
Oh, wow.
So all of your affirmative ones and all of your negative ones, right? And they'd say, well, why is that word so important? Well, the word is not important. The endings of the words is important. And the endings of those words you should consider them vocabulary that you acquire early in the game before you start loading on lists of other words and stuff like that, right? If you can conjugate a verb all the way through singular, dual, plural, affirmative, and negative, that is probably way more useful than having 300 nouns in your vocabulary, right? Because it always tells you what's involved. Even if you don't know the verb, you know who's involved with the verb. And that's half of the comprehension.
You were mentioning you were doing a lot of reading and writing. And I remember when you were coming online a lot and you connected with the speakers almost instantly.
Yes. Now that's a big part of my strategy that I kind of overlooked there. I'm glad you bring that up. because if you don't have speakers around you, the next best thing is having one on voice memo, right quick. And then if you have one and they're busy, then it's probably a good idea to have 3 or 4. And it's at the point right now that I rarely have to wait more than 5 minutes for an answer, because I just have 30 or 40 people that I'll shoot it around to, right? So developing your speaker network is absolutely huge. And like I said, with Facebook voice memo or FaceTime messages, it's you can study so much on your own if you're a good reader and writer, but you always need to have confirmations, because I learn a lot of words off of the Listagush site and I just transliterate them into Smith Francis, but that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody in Unama'ki is going to understand that word. So I need to put that out, test it. Once it tests and come back, now I know that I can keep that in my toolbox.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of brings me to my last question. What are some strategies and maybe even words of advice that you could give perhaps communities and even individuals within those communities who have no speakers, who want to learn the language? Where can they start? And especially maybe there's an individual in the community or even the community itself, okay, we have no speakers, or someone says, I have no speakers in my community. And it kind of really comes back to what you mentioned from the get-go and from the beginning for yourself even. What are some things that you can maybe share?
It really depends on your goals too. How far do you want to take it? Do you want to be a small talker, or do you want to be middle of the road, or do you want to be Bussy Onuisit? Like if you want to be Bussy Onuisit, it's not going to come with 20 minutes a day. Fluency requires, the experts say anyway, fluency requires that you're living and working at least 1/3 of your waking time in the language that you're trying to acquire. So if I'm sleeping 9 hours a day and I got 15 hours left, then 5 of them need to be active in Mi'kmaq. So it takes a real time commitment. When I began, I read a book by Malcolm Gladwell, who said to become proficient in anything in life, you need to spend 10,000 hours at it. So I started logging my time, and I'm up to about 10,000 hours now, and I am starting to be able to understand more and more. That's still I'm able to say almost anything that I want to slowly. It's the comprehension part that is the hardest. So reading is probably the easiest. Writing is a little bit harder than that. Speaking is a little bit harder than that, but understanding is probably the most difficult. Kina'matnewey.
Kina'matnewey, yeah, absolutely.
In terms of work with other people, find somebody who's just as motivated as you are. Set times that you're going to stick to in a concrete way. Maybe starting once a week, Sunday nights at 9:00. We spend 1 hour a week every Sunday night at 9:00. We get together and we do this, and you do it virtually now because after COVID, we all realized that the whole travel thing is not as necessary as it has been put in the past, right? So if you want to take it all the way to fluency, it's going to take 10,000 hours and a little bit of planning, a wide network of speakers if you can, and you just need to put the time in.
I just want to say thank you, Dean, for giving me your time, because I think it's really valuable to hear that, especially from someone's perspective who didn't grow up and have the language right off the bat and wasn't even immersed in it, and to acquire it at the level that you have. You know, you have really put in a lot of dedication, a lot of work. And one of the things I tell people too is when I share the kind of experience that you had, you know, it really didn't require any money because you know, you're just breaking the ice with someone that you know, okay, kind of jump out of your comfort zone, I guess. You know, you message someone and you hope things work out, and you know, the rest is history, right? So I really appreciate your time, Dean, and what you have shared, I think is absolutely valuable.
Well, Gina.
So, Walalio, I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. As a nation, we're all in this together, learning our language, and I'm already seeing a lot of positive things happen, and not just in Nova Scotia, but throughout our whole nation. And you know, we got this. We can do this, and I'm seeing a lot of positive things up ahead in the future. So keep doing the hard work, and we'll get there, guys. Walalio.
Huh? Okay. Well, all in Elwyn. Last month, I think it was last month or maybe longer, Shara approached Alwyn and I and asked us, can you do some kind of presentation on language for the symposium? And immediately, Alwyn and I, the gears started turning and thinking, how do we approach this? And there's so many different ways that we could have done it. But when we were talking about it, I thought that maybe having Dean come here actually in person and do a presentation, because we've seen how far he has come. He's a humble man, but he knows what he wants, and he wanted to learn the language, and he actually picked up his stuff and moved to Eskizoni, and he immersed himself with speakers. So coming from somebody who had absolutely no language to somebody who can converse is to me is an inspiration, and he should be honored for that. So I'm glad that we were able to do that and to showcase his language ability. My part of the presentation is to promote our apps. We had built them a few years ago, Blair. The last one we built is called Sidedahan. And that one is based on Faye Gugu's idea when she had her baby, that we didn't have anything that could help the baby develop their language, especially moms who don't have any language at all. So when we get together, like Beverly, Buffalo, Alwyn, and I, and we talk about the language problems that we are having, we come up with all these ideas. And the one thing we noticed was when a baby learns language, they learn from the mother. They learn while they're in the womb. They hear the mom. So if you're speaking English, the baby's going to hear English. But if you use a few words here and there, they're going to hear those words. Elle is another good example. She showed us this morning that she had little language skills, but she's teaching her students. Her students have come along, and I'm really proud of you. And you've come I want to say you come a long way, because it seems mean, but seeing your development and with your students, that's really proud for your community, especially with the residential school. No, just right. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So Exiderahan, like I said, it was Faye's idea. And when the mother teaches a child, or the father, I shouldn't just say mother, but a parent, they use words that that are called baby talk. Saying things like, yeah, here it is. We say baby, Didi. So when you click on this app, you'll hear Beverly say Didi. So Elle, you not only have Alwyn as a husband, You also have Beverly as a grandmother. So you have these two people helping with your language development. Baba, sleep. So these are easy words, words that babies catch on easily. Allah, Allah, it's just that. There's Dada. Nunu is a bottle. Nana is food. So you hear young parents saying these words, and I'm proud of some young parents who don't speak the language, who are bringing back some of these words and using them. So you don't hear the sound down here because I threw this at the boys last minute to pull it up for me. But your job is to download the app. It a app like Blair Google Play Store, or is it just Apple? Both? Okay, so if you have an Android phone, no excuse, both. So not all of our apps are in both stores. So we even have prayers. These are some of the prayers that you'll find on there. So L, you also have more grandmothers, and you have Michael R singing in that one. This one is like nursery rhymes that are translated. These are Beverly Jador's voice. You have the grandmother voice there. And this one I built with the help of JR, and it's a recipe app. We need to put in more. It's on me. I'm still translating some, but there's things like corn chowder. You have the recipe in Mi'kmaq, but we also have it in English. And we have a glossary of all the terms that are used in there. And I can't see El Nuisity. Okay. Okay, I don't want to find it. That's okay. L, you also have grandmother Barbara Syllaboy, Daldluin. This one is our phrase builder. It's not as jazzy as any other apps, like it's pretty plain. But if you're gonna ask, if you want to learn how to ask something like I, which is me, I hear, I help, I know, I see, or I love. And then so okay, I say I hear. So what do I hear? I hear. So you'll hear the Alwyn say or Barbara say Nudum. Okay, sorry. Okay, I see. So we have animate and inanimate because our language is so diverse and easy to learn. We throw in animate and inanimate. So I see animate nemig. I see inanimate nemidu. So nemig janid. Nemidu good puri. So you hear the difference. Like I said, because our language is so easy to learn, I need to ask. So I need to ask my mother. So we have all these. So if you see a green, you know that'll jump. If you see the red bars, that's it. That's the last page of it. You're not going to get any more. And where is? These are the most important words you need to learn if you're on a reservation. Where is the bathroom? Where are the bingo cards? Where is my book? So that's something that we had JR and Faye built. It's not very diverse, but it gives you a good basic of how to ask things and how to find things. And okay. So Nuisity is just sort of like a vocabulary. It doesn't break down anything into conjugation because, like I said, in Mi'kmaq is so easy to learn. Just because you know one word, it doesn't mean that word will work in a sentence or if you're looking for something. So that's always fun, especially when you're young and you're trying to learn something to say, ask something or how to say something, and you have the ending wrong or you have the prefix wrong, and you butcher the word, but that's just like I said, it's just nice pictures. Flesh. Yeah, sorry. What else can I talk about? Okay, so like I said, your job to hear these voices, because they're really nice to hear and learn. Alwyn's, Beverly's, Barbara's, and Jane has one too. We built storybooks too. By the way.
Namusti.
There it is. Thank you, Julian. What do you want to hear? Mooing. So there's Alwyn. Oh yeah, okay. So I'll go to another app. Go back to the City Dahan one. Yeah. So you see the sound?
Yeah.
There's Beverly. And then you can cut this one, copy the clipboard. So that word will be copied to a clipboard. If you want to go to Facebook and you want to write something and you don't want to spell it wrong, it's on your clipboard, you just copy and paste.
Whoa.
Oh.
Bobo.
So the words are pronounced slowly and
Didi.
I don't record because my voice is kind of shaky and I don't like hearing my voice. But when we picked people, Alvin was working in Memberto when we asked him to lend us his voice. So he spent days in the studio. Okay. No, you can take it yourself.
Giska Jane.
Sorry, you're right, Giska Jane.
Kiwajalin.
I miss you, Kiwajalin.
Moho.
So yeah, so those are the apps that we have. Also, I want to say that you all heard everybody say walalin, walalio, we. You have words in your vocabulary that you know, use them. Even if you don't speak Mi'kmaq, if you know Gwe, use it. Use any word that you know. Just keep using it in the conversation. If you're comfortable using that word, learn another word. Go on to the next word. Use that word, then you have 2 words. So keep building your own vocabulary that way. And I think we need our leaders to be models for their communities too. If you talk to your people, use those words. They need to hear them. It's part of our identity. Julian is a good example. When we moved back to Memberto, like we were separated for a while, but when they put us back into Memberto, the language and culture department, we established a routine with Julian. Every morning we come in, Beverly and I, Julian Gwe, and I say hello. He says Gwe. If I say Medalva Lane, he'll answer me. If I ask him to do something or show me something, and I say Walali, he'll say Walia. He has learned so many words by routine and talking to us and being around us that he's starting to build up his own fluency. So it's easy for me to say it's easy. It's not easy, but if somebody has that drive, like Dean showed you, that you can do it. Just use your words. Walalio.
Walalio, Elena, Yolanda. Dean Simon, he started introducing himself to circles and to communities maybe about 7 or 8 years ago. And he was a relentless individual who said, speak to me, Mi'kmaq, speak to me, Mi'kmaq. And in just, less than 10 years, he has become very proficient, beyond proficient even, arguably. He's so methodical. like in my Facebook every day, like questioning me, and just an inquisitive guy. So he is really an outstanding learner. And I love to hear the voices. So app development is, hard in terms of programming, but what we're doing is capturing those voices. Like I listen to some right now. I love to listen to Liz, and, just it warms my heart. And, Yolanda said it best, use the words that you know. So we're going to invite Kim and Laura to present. I believe you shared your presentation. Okay, so we'll bring it up. As I said before, we have discussion questions, but we're going to merge the two presentations together and then do discussion questions until 12:15, I think. So we're good.
Yeah, point it this way. Yeah, and I'll hit slideshow. Oh, let me share my screen. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong button. Executive mode.
Okay. You okay?
We're good.
You're good? Great. Gui, Nindalawisi Kim Dorrington. I'm the technology and integration teacher at Pictou Landing School. And I'm also the literacy lead at the school. And this is?
Good morning. My name is Janet Johnston, and I am the resource teacher at Pictou Landing School.
And so what we looked at, we developed a program, and we're very lucky to be in a school that really follows this. And so we had an idea, and we developed a program called Try. And Try is a program that is repurposes current practicing classroom teachers for about one period, 30 to 35 minutes a day. Because we all know that classroom teachers, their skills are on point. They're right there. I've been removed from the classroom for a couple of years, and I know myself, my skills have developed in other ways, but that classroom teaching, they're right on the edge. They know how to move their students. So we wanted to take advantage of that. We wanted them to teach a short-term intervention group whose makeup was decided by the teachers. And it was decided as a team because we really thought the team, it's very isolating teaching. And we're a school that doesn't have repetitive grades. So we don't have 2 grade 1 teachers to talk to each other. So to create the team atmosphere. And we also wanted to make sure we had data and to use the data to inform, because we wanted to know if this worked or not. Because we wanted to do this. We wanted to know if this worked and we failed, how are we going to try again to make it successful? So if we didn't have the data, we couldn't look back on it. And this is what came up.
So we wanted to frame the first part of our presentation with this quote. What good is an idea if it remains an idea? Try, experiment, iterate, fail, try again, and change the world, or maybe just your school.
So our program is called, it went through a couple of names, but it stayed with Try, and you'll see the reason why. But it's targeted resource intervention at Pictou Landing First Nation School.
So where did our idea come from? We asked ourselves 4 big questions. Our first question was, how can we use the wealth of knowledge already existing on our school team? Our second question was, how do we make our teaching more culturally responsive to the needs of our First Nations learners? Thirdly, we asked ourselves, how can we better track our student growth and clearly see who is struggling and needs intervention? And our last question was, how can we bring a focus onto the teaching and the teacher and away from a magic fix-all program? So we came up with a, how do you try? So, so we came up with 4 components for our try program, and you'll notice that the middle one is connections. The other 2 are data, science, and art. So the first one we're going to talk about is our connections, and there's a reason why it's in the middle.
Well, basically, connections is in the middle because as teachers, we know that children don't learn from people they don't like. And our First Nations students, the connection is amazing. And when you have that connection and you're a teacher, I taught grade 3, 4, and then I would send my students off to grade 5, 6, and the connection changed, but it's still there. They come up to me in stores, they pop up and wave. I see a car drive by, which is horrifyingly scary, and they're the driver. And they're waving at me, and I'm like, ah. So we focused on the connections between the teacher and the student and how that connection doesn't die. How can we use it? How can it help students learn and progress? How can it help teachers be responsive to the needs of the students? And how this connection are culturally responsive to how First Nations children learn. Teachers get to work with students who are in their classes before, or maybe a student that they're going to get. And it takes a village, it takes everyone. And that's really what TRY is. It's reutilizing what we've already got.
Next up, we wanted to focus on data. How do we see where our students currently are? How do we make decisions about that? And how do we show growth? So the first thing we wanted to do was do good data collection. Student data is collected using the running records on the Fontenay and Pinnell benchmark assessment system. That was the system we had in our school. That was the one we used. How do we show our data? So our data is placed on a large spreadsheet data wall, and that data is accessible to all of our teachers. We'll be showing more data later. And then how do we use that data to make decisions? Once a month when TRY groups are changed, the data wall is used to make decisions on new groups by everybody.
Another thing we thought very important was science and try what you know. So our school has a wealth of teacher knowledge and professional development. Not everyone is going to work well with every student. We know there is no one universal program that works for every student or every teacher. We've been through this before. My professors used to call it the pendulum, where we'd have a program come in and it would be what everyone would be doing. And then it would slowly come out of, and some new program would come in to replace it. We have teachers that are highly trained in all kinds of different ways and all kinds of different programs. And we want to use finding what students needed and placing that student with the program and the teacher that was best at remediating that particular need.
Oops. There we go. Thank you. And lastly, we wanted to focus on art. There's no magic in a program itself on its own, but a teacher who takes that program and works that program can definitely work magic. So how do you try? Try what you have.
So we made a graphic about what we had, and this is what we had at our school. And it may not be the same at your school, but it is the same process of looking at the skills and experiences and greatness, magic that's in your school. So we have Ortho Gillingham, an LLI teacher, a teacher with Masters of Education and Literacy, guided reading, former reading recovery teachers, Fontenay and Pinnell experts, person very familiar with spell read, one who loves reading A to Z, the next step forward in guided reading, Masters of Education, Inclusive Education, and never to be discounted the teachers themselves. Their years and years of experience in doing this.
There we go. Thank you. So how does this actually work? So we try every day. So every day we do something for try. So teachers take their try group 4 times a week. And then the other time a week, the teachers meet once for a team meeting. Data is collected once a month and placed on a data wall for everyone to review. Decisions are made as a team once a month on what students need. Teams decide which approach or program would work best applied to the students' needs. Everyone takes a turn each week hosting the weekly meeting, and they bring something to show everyone that they've been using. And consistency is key. Decisions were made in June for the try groups, and try started the very first day of school and continued every single day for our whole school year.
So students will stay with their groups of try for 1 month, and then the group will make decisions. So not just the teacher, but they'll bring the group to everyone at the table. Teachers can keep students for no more than 2 months in a row. This is a short-term intervention. This isn't meant to be a year-long process. The power in this is the number of students that we can get in and help and move. Everyone, and the urgency that initiates in the teacher too, because they have just a month to move them, or 2. Everyone takes a turn each week hosting the weekly meetings. Janet and I are here presenting, but at our team, we are just part of the team. So when we are there, it might be any other member's week, and they may be telling us something interesting that happened to them, something they found they're working on. They bring something to show and everyone that they have been using. Try belongs to the team of teachers, and everyone takes a turn being the lead of the meeting. So we do not lead these meetings. It's a team meeting. Everyone leads. Students don't form connections with every adult, and we recognize that, and that's okay. And because of this, we have a team of teachers that can best fit that student's needs, because it really does take a village.
Now for the good part. Let's look at our data.
Okay, so the very first thing we did, and this may look semi-familiar to some people, is we had a look at CCRCE, which is our school board. We had a look at Fontenay and Pinnell's chart, and we altered it to work for us. Now it's very similar, like we are off by little to no degrees in some cases. But one thing we added was an end of the year instructional goal. We wanted a level for which our teachers to know what they were working towards. And we decided that this fit us. So this was an in-house, this works for us, and this is ours, which you're more than welcome to.
Sorry, so then we decided, how are we going to decide success? So we broke our students into 4 different categories, and we color coded them. So our first category was green. Students listed as green are at or above their expected level of reading for their age and grade. Our yellow students are between 1 and 3 reading levels behind their expected level of reading for their grade and age. Our students in red are students who are more than 3 reading levels behind their expected level. And our students in blue are students who have a diagnosis or a learning disability and are progressing at their own pace. So these are students that we know aren't going to be at expected reading level for grade and age, but we do expect them to continue progressing. And so we want to just have a different way of tracking their data. And our last one, it kind of goes with their green, are students that we've called Z'd out. Students who have benchmarked at Z independent by 2 different teachers may be considered Z'd out and complete of the try reading program.
So this is 2 things. This is the data wall. This is our data wall that every teacher who works with us and Try have access to. So there's no compartmentalization of data. So our grade 1 teacher knows where the grade 5 students are. Our grade 6 teacher knows where the grade 3 students are. With this is what didn't cause Try, but initiated Try. This is June 2021. So we've had an interrupted school year, and we ended up with students, and you can see for this band, they're in yellow. Not far off where they are, but definitely not where we would like them to be at the end of our school year. Also, the red was deeper than we thought was possible. So this really was what we looked at and why Try came into being. So we skip ahead a few months. This is January of 2020. And you can see the change that's been made. We've had the same concerns, the same school year, same interruptions, but we don't have the same results. And the difference is Try, in our opinion. You see that we worked beginning at taking our yellow students, the students that needed the short-term intervention to make the biggest difference. And you can see now where our school is in green, with the majority of our students. And we can see where the difference has really begun to be made. And it also let us know there were still some areas in here that we noticed, like a group there in red, and why are they there? And that gave us where we were going to take it next, and the steps that we were going to go.
It changed.
Yep. Okay. And so this is March 2022, and you can see we have quite a few more students up here sitting in our green band. We also have quite a few students sitting over here in our Z'd out, and our little patch of red here kind of lessened. Ooh, Janet's favorite. These are my favorite. These are the pie charts that I made. Very visual. So we can see here, the first one is from June 2021. You can see we've got a very large yellow and red slice here of students. And as we progress through September, October, November, December, and January, you can see our green slice has gotten quite a bit larger, and our yellow and our red has shrunk. And then if we come through, go forward. It's not working. Sorry. Come through till February, March, we can see that we've got more than 50% of our students on expected grade level for their age and grade. And we've got quite a bit smaller red and yellow pieces here.
So we thought maybe you might like to know what some of the other teachers thought of it. So we recorded a few testimonials. They're not too long, of the other teachers who are in the Try.
You got it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm a teacher at Pictou Landing, and I am also in with the Try group. And the one thing I like about Try is that reconnecting with former students and seeing their growth, and also like to see my students going with other teachers in the school and getting to form relationships with teachers that they might have in further years, and then seeing how they use those skills that they learn from that teacher in my classroom.
Hi, I'm Nadine, a teacher at Pictou Landing First Nations. What I really enjoyed about Try was the small group instruction for those children that may not need daily resource, but just needed a little bump up to get to their levels. And it worked out great for my class, a lot of success.
Something that I really like about the TRI groups is that when I get to see the growth of the students in my own classroom that take part into the TRI groups with other teachers.
Hi, Hi, I'm Todd. I teach grade 7 and 8, and I've also been working with the TRI program, and we've been seeing lots of leaps and bounds with students. It's just getting them together with different people that they might not know. They feel more comfortable in smaller groups, and I feel like they can excel a lot more because they have a lot more one-on-one, and we've been noticing these numbers, or not numbers, sorry, but their reading levels improving with this program. Hi.
As principal, I appreciate this targeted literacy intervention model on many levels. Our students who require some focused short-term reading intervention are receiving it from teachers in small groups with daily instruction suited to their needs. I am so pleased that our literacy lead teacher was able to create scheduled time within the day that frees teachers up to work with small groups of 2 to 3 students. And there's also time made for collaborative teacher meetings on a weekly basis. So by collecting the data frequently and posting it to an electronic sort of data wall, we can all see the growth in literacy and celebrate that. And also we can target further further intervention based on what we see. Something else I appreciate is the leadership I see coming from our teachers. TRI really engages teachers in an ongoing cycle, I would say, of reflection and then action, and it's all within a supportive teacher-led team culture. And so these teams of educators, they work together to enhance their practices in support of success for each of the students they're working with. And it's all within a culture of collaboration, trust, and evidence-based decision-making.
So how can you try? Well, we looked at this and we thought, taking a look, for example, at the art, how can your school team be responsive to the needs of your students? How can you focus your teachers and their talent/magic? Because in TRI, we don't tell them you have to use this program. We say you need to move the students towards their goal. Now, use your magic, whatever program that may be that you think is best for this intervention, and use it to move them. Because they are professionals and they know their stuff. And if they don't, they'll come back to the table and ask because of the team. Science, see what professional development experience and passions do you already have on your team, because I know teachers in all of the schools and they're amazing. So you already have a great basis. And try what you have.
Next, you can ask yourself about connections. Focus on the strengths of your First Nations learners. Focus on the relationships and rapport that teachers and students have with each other. And what new connections can be made between teachers and students that don't already exist. And lastly, data. What methods of data collections do you have? How can you share and visually present your data for everybody to see? How can you make decisions together as a team? And how can you use your data to show your progress or the progress of your students?
Because yours doesn't have to be the same as ours. And we use Fontenay and Pinnell because our teachers already used it and it required no extra work for them to learn a new process. And that's important. Everybody's tired and stressed out, and we wanted the best to come into this, and that's what we got.
And we used Google and G Suite to collect our data, but that doesn't need to be something that you do as well. You could just put everybody on a cue card and tape them to a wall. We just use what we knew. So we're gonna close this off with a quote. Every accomplishment starts with the decision to try.
Thank you very much.
So wonderful. I love the visual. I love the customization that is occurring in your school. And I loved how using the visual of your existing resources within your own personnel, it's so empowering and it's so uplifting to your teachers to do that. Love the data wall. I'm sure Dave loves it too. And it's responsive teaching, right? It's cultural, sure, but it's responsive teaching to meeting our kids where they're at and bringing them where they want to be. And I love that it's no extra work. So we have questions. Yes, but I don't want to see. I only want to see, oh, hold on. Show me all of them. I don't want to see the last two bullets.
There's something on the table blocking.
No, it's the chair.
Oh, it's okay. It's not on the table, but something's blocked.
The questions are on your table as well. The first 4 bullets is what we're going to focus on. I set my alarm to 12:15. It gives us 45 minutes to get into dialogue and discussion. Same routine as before. MK staff, 2 or 3 members at each table, record the responses, share them with Shara or myself. Okay, let's go.
No, I never checked it. It's not my thing. No worries.
What else can we add? So she never
I switched to my other role. On my other role, I have to drop it. I'm like, oh, yeah. Be surprised. Be upset if she said. Yeah, I saw that too. I would never. You can't teach memories. It's like memories. It's a combination of memory and we all be what it's found Okay, so the other one is- Yeah. Yep. Yep. Just in case you might have been here, if you want to jump in. Well, as long as it's like. Presentation in open I like don't follow very What if you take better pictures than Charlotte? So this is a thing. Yeah, it's like an adapter. Yeah. That I forget what you call it. Yeah. So that's something. This is connected to a I mean, we still have last question for you. All that yeah. Yeah. I think that might be a one. I've never seen it. You told me what yeah, I was I didn't look at long. I didn't look at long.
Jazz Muscle. 4 minutes.
I'll do my thing. How do I keep his attention? Hi guys. Sorry, so I know we're gonna be getting to lunch and Blair's got some stuff to do here, but my mom asked me to help announce some gifts that she has for two members of MK that have done three. Sorry, where's the other one? I only have two blankets. Oh, sorry, one of them's a couple. I was like, who's the third? So sorry. So there are three people here at MK that have been, not that any of you are not exceptional to work with, but three of you that have worked especially closely with me and my mom, as you know, my mom does language and ceremony and I get to tag along and learn with her. And there's three people in particular that have been especially supportive and loving, and she just loves you guys. So we would like to present some gifts from our family to you. And the first one is a couple. That's Janine and Tex Marshall. You guys come up here. Where's your wife? No, you do the blanket. Oh. Okay, so I was like, she's gonna keep making me a spokesperson. So it's okay. So this blanket is produced by a company called 8th Generation. That is a fully Native owned and operated company. They're based out west in Washington, in Seattle. And their whole thing is not inspired by natives, it's inspired natives. So their work is beautiful. They sell lots of stuff and promote artists from all over Turtle Island. And one of the artists, their first Wabanagi, that's Blair's lunch alarm, sorry guys. Sorry. So their first Wabanagi featured artist was Geo Neptune, who made this double curve inspired blanket. So we'll hold it open and then we are presenting it one to Tex and Janine.
So one of the things that we do as Indigenous people is, you know how we cherish that eagle feather. We also cherish our blankets, and they are important. And when you are given a blanket, it is of high honor. It's up there with eagle feathers. And when you are wrapped in that blanket, it is to always remind you that you are wrapped in the love of our Creator, Mother Earth, and the elders. So I want to thank Tex and Janine.
There's a box.
And our other person who's my mom's favorite daughter she didn't give birth to. Look at her, she's looking at me, she knows it's her. It's Giselle Stevens.
Giselle. Okay, it is 12:17. Lunch here. Gizugugdunk, elders first. So buffet, Patty's favorite food. 1 o'clock, we come back.
You might not hear it because do it right now. Okay, so that might be. Oh wait, no. Okay. Yeah, that one. Okay, so here. So he's got that down. He's not there for us to test. Okay, so I think it is up to here. Oh yeah. Oh, geez. No, that's from yeah, yeah. So that's the thing. So you know about everything. But the lady was not going. Yeah, the other way around. Yeah, so I have a test thing that's really useful. This is what I did. I hit enter.
So everybody come into a classroom. Today and actively, and I think STUIAP was another one, and Ganesh was one, and things like that. So you can see how the names were kind of watered down into something that was more understandable in the English language. But at the STUIAP through the Shubi River, At the bottom here, you see the summary. If you pass that, it's spark system, like Ohio, travel of the drone for the McDonald learn. I would like to invite about what she's doing for her program.
When it's a live stream, you can't make the time. Once it's the recording of it. So the count up tells you like how far to the present, how far back you are. Nope. Oh, you are. He has iPad and also Moon. Right, sorry. Yeah, I know. That's enough. So that you don't get notifications. Never done this before. Yeah, so But when I train,
She didn't want to take my. You're on next, eh? No, I'm not next. So it was,
How long? 10 minutes. Can you open the slide projector? Okay, I got it. Okay, she got it. Yeah, no, it's just a shutter. No, she has it. She did it. You got it. Someone turned it on. I think it like fades to black. Right, well, you figured it out. Thanks, Blair. It also has to like fade back. It's been like that's the stuff we should. That is not good.
Just so everybody knows that it's not a surprise. You better make sure that they sorry. I'll come check up on you.
20 seconds. Let's see who's here. It's a good attendance check. Paulina. From the table. I'll do 3.
Stop the timer. Time's up.
Diana McLean. Oh, not in the room. She's going back in. Oh, there you are. Oh, lucky I found your name again. One more. One more. Louise Witzel. Okay. So let's
Yeah, I just changed the name display because of what's happening. No, see, I don't like this. Yeah, everything's over here.
Okay, we're gonna get started. I just gotta check my Zoom. Okay, so we're going to start back. We have 3 community presentations. We're going to start with Acadia, and Janice is joining us virtually. And then we'll go to Wigoma and then Annapolis Valley. So let's start by welcoming, you have to show the Zoom. And does she screen share? No, Acadia. Janice, yep.
Yeah, she should be able to screen share.
So Janice, you have hosting privileges, or we could. I still see the.
Yeah, can Julian bring up our presentation? Can Julian bring up our presentation? Yeah.
Okay, Janice, take it away.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. In Acadia, we make every effort to provide our students with opportunities to grow, develop, and succeed as independent learners. And our aim is to offer our youth opportunities to reach their full potential. And if you can go to the pictures now, Julian, we'll skip to those. Okay, I can't see anything.
Just 1 second. Yeah, it's because I spotlighted you for everyone. I'm going to take back the spotlight. And sharing my screen. Can you see now?
That's the one. Thank you. The next 2 pictures, you'll see our Wildcat community. And okay, can you go back to the first one?
Go back.
Please. Okay, and here is their community garden. And first you'll see with the beginning of the raised garden beds, and the inmost also are the harvest vegetables. And at the end of last year's season, any leftover vegetables were dried and the seeds collected for planting for this spring. And the next one, please. And here they've established 2 beehives, and which assist with pollinating the community garden. All right, the next three pictures, the theme here is Every Child Matters and a Day of Remembrance. And this took place in our Yarmouth community. On July 1st, the Yarmouth community had a sacred fire, round circle, and a silent reflection. You can just, and this was done in remembrance of our Indigenous children who did not return home from residential schools, and for our residential school survivors. You can just flip through. And there was also a walk took place in remembrance of. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Okay, yep, next one, please. Okay, here you see a recipient of the Chief Noel Doucette Award. And okay, next one, please. And here, this is Rocks of Remembrance, and this was a collaboration between the North Queens Community School and our Wildcat community. The school and the community worked together to create a walk of remembrance in honor of those impacted by the residential schools. And if you go on to the next one. Okay, next one. All right, there we go. Here they created a path at the school, and along the path they placed painted rocks that were done by the students at the school and community members. Okay, the next. Okay, what do I have here? Okay, we have some March break activities. Here we have dream catchers, the next two are dream catcher activity. And then we'll go on to the next one is rattle making. And the next one is sweetgrass teachings. And these are all events that took place over March break of last year. Here we have a canvas print that was donated to our Head Start and After School program in Yarmouth. I hope you can see the print. And the next slide. This is a 3D Waltus board that was created by our technology officer, Joseph Falls. And the board is to be used for teaching methods only, and real boards will be used once the game is mastered. Okay, I'll just go on. And here we have, I'm not sure. Okay, can we just move? We'll just move on to the next one. We have moccasin making. You'll see moccasin making and ribbon skirt workshops. And the next one, please. Here we have COVID care elder healing kits that were passed out. And the next one. Yeah, we're just, the next one is another workshop. It was wooden flowers that took place in the Yarmouth community. And the next two is showing you a Mi'kmaq projectile found during Nova Scotia Power did a refurbishment on the Tusket Dam located in Yarmouth County. And pictured here, you'll see Elder Bernie Pictou holding the arrowheads. The next two slides, yeah. And we'll go on to the next one, please. Here we have, this was also held in Yarmouth, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation held at the Yarmouth waterfront on September 30th. And if you could just go on to the next picture, please. Just another one, and yeah, still at the waterfront, and the next one, please. Here you see Dr. Viola Robinson and Joby Marshall, and they were keynote speakers at the event. And the next one. And last but not least, it's another picture of National Day of Truth and Reconciliation with a bench that was made, and the carvings were done by our band member, Edwin Benham. And I'll just leave you with this quote: "We will move forward together, believing in education." Walalio.
Walalio, Janice. The B Talk. I'm on B Talk. If you all can relate, I am deep in B Talk. I love that path for the Rocks of Remembrance. And that 3D Waltus board, how innovative, how creative. Lots of innovation today for Waltus, from those little buttons to the 3D. I do see that competition becoming a reality, Greg. Like, it's just resurging. So it's wonderful to see. Up next, let's welcome Wigoma Gordon.
Stop there. I'm going off script for a minute. As Blair says, uh-oh. I'm going to go off script for a second. When I came here yesterday, we're at a symposium that talks about mental health and it's closing the gap. One goes hand in hand with the other. We've all been in isolation for 2.5 years. And when I came into the meeting yesterday, I saw faces of people that I had not seen in 2-3 years, maybe some on a screen, but it changed the way I thought. It really did. It had a great impact on me. It started my healing. And secondly, today with the presentations this morning, which I cannot match, there's no question about that. Laughter. If you want to create wellness with mental health, there's only one true medicine. It's laughter. And my God, we had a good laugh this morning. I'll see if Darren can bring that challenge on tomorrow. So I'll begin my presentation. Our elders. You're looking at this one, elders.
Oh, hold on. I wasn't on the right slide.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're on the same page? Okay.
Yes.
Our elders. I'm going to start, I should start, I'm jumping ahead. Not that I ever do that. Joanne, I was planning to come here and attend the symposium. She even booked her room. But as you know, she's recovering from illness and she had certainly planned to come. So at the last minute, she changed her mind just for safety reasons with COVID and the numbers increasing. So she would dearly love to be here, but she's in our thoughts and will continue. We've made great changes through this time. We've adapted, we've survived, I think. We're working on becoming better through this meeting today in the symposium over the 3 days. Going to our elders, they're the fundamental basis of our survival, not only just as a school, but as a community. Our elders, Phyllis, Rod Phillips, and Mary Ellen, offer programs that have helped our students immensely. Phyllis is our resident elder, and her accomplishments are there. Wow. Can you imagine 51 years? That's phenomenal. Everything from language, from the littlest guy to the oldest grade 12. She's done so many things over the years. She is unfortunately not here. She is in Ottawa with the AFN preparing for the visitation of the Pope. Rod Phillips, all the programs that he's offered to make it attractive and interesting and exciting, whether it be welding eel spears, all kinds of traditional artifacts that he's found and collected and shared with the students. He is truly one of the last old Mi'kmaq speakers. We're losing them too quickly, and we have to make time and effort to access them and record them. As I was talking earlier today, there's words that are going to be lost. So Rod is another exemplary member of our staff. Ra runs a Gajou program. It's for kindergarten and primary students. And in that program, it's just general play, but it's Mi'kmaq conversation. Everything is play, but it gets the little guys so excited and so engaged in the Mi'kmaq language. This is where we have to start. But as we were talking at our table at the last question time, well, I must say, Pam, you don't mind me saying your name, brought up the point. Why is Gajou only in primary and 1? Let's bring it through and adapt it to right up to grade 12. We need conversational Mi'kmaq. Vocabulary, written Mi'kmaq is important, but to have it in a fun environment, it makes engagement. Sometimes students, whether it's television or whatever, have strayed away from using Mi'kmaq. Next. There's Phyllis. We've done so many things. We have two other community members that are assets, Joe Gogo and Judy Bernard. There's eel fishing, skinning eels, tapping trees, directions with the bark of trees, medicine identification, medicine preparation. Those are all important facts that we have to look at to instill the culture and the language. And it helps to close the gap because we talk about academics and maybe we focus too much on the grades. It's the learning, step by step by step. We have to take small steps because one of the questions was attendance. Attendance. Should we not look at, okay, if someone's not attending and we get them to attend, I don't know, Monday and Wednesday, that is important. It's a success. We have to build on small successes to become greater successes. And of course, we have Margaret. Is that me? No, thankfully. Next. We went smelt fishing and the kids had a blast. They were building fires on the shore. It's all engaging students. Rawa again, doing the Gaju program, our graduation, which I don't know of any school that had a normal graduation in the last 2 years, unfortunately, and it's something that hopefully we can regain. It's closing the gap because graduation is an accomplishment that we don't recognize we haven't recognized over the last 2 years. So every little bit, it's like a puzzle. If there's one piece missing, you don't get the picture. So again, closing the gap. In the elementary school, we'll skip that. We have Jennifer, who's our resource special ed teacher that supports students with special needs. Darlene is helping to close the gap with literacy. And Keith Jordan is our mathematics intervention instructor. Those are some of the people that are key people for closing the gap. Again, we go back. Education is working together. We've been in isolation for 2 years. Kids don't know how to play together, how to work together. And some say, well, they're just playing. They're not learning anything. Yes, they are. They're learning social skills. If we don't have social skills, how can we have learning? How can we have children that are normal and interactive and enjoy life if they haven't got friends? They don't know how to act with their neighbors. There might be 2 houses down, but they might not have gone there. So it is crucial to work on those skills, even though parents might say, well, they're playing games all the time. I don't know what they're learning in the school. No, that's not the case. They are learning social skills. Without social skills, you can't have group learning. Without group learning, you can't have academic success. Paramount. Here's some of our activities that the students are involved in. Pam's having a fit because I'm not following this script, but at all. I'll just see if I'm forgetting anything here. Not that I ever skipped the script. This is the first time. Blair knows otherwise. I can't be funny. I'm sorry. It's just mathematics intervention works with building skills, whether it be with blocks, with theory, with drawings, whatever. It's all important. It's a gift. And some students, it's a fascination. And Keith is, I'll go back to Keith, is definitely a master. He mesmerizes me with his skills at bringing students out in their mathematics. And in fact, some of the kids that were labeled having deficits in mathematics have gone back to their own classrooms and taught the other students how to do the math. So that intervention not only made them better, it made them equal. I mean, it made them in fact better So that's a key point. Again, a game, but yet you're spelling, you're creating words, you're writing. Those are all skills that are important. Without the practice, we wouldn't be getting anywhere. They'd be maintaining what they have, but not growing. And we want to engage our students so that they're growing socially, academically, and involving their parents. And that's another point that we have to look at. Going on to the middle school. We have a learning interventionist, Diane Vanden Heuvel, Karina Pirro, and Charlotte Paulette. And Diana does the Learning Center for high need students. Karina is the resource teacher, and Charlotte is our middle school literacy support. Again, some of our activities. Our learning center is a safe environment, and that's something the kids we've forgotten. We were nervous about COVID. The kids were also nervous. They didn't know. And now with the TV, we assume children don't watch the news. They do. They're worried about the things that they see in like Russia and all this stuff. Those are all things that we have to deal with to get children to get back into the routine of real life and being normal as much as possible. We provide continued support for literacy, numeracy, and Mi'kmaq language development through the middle school years. And we have fabulous teachers that work with each of our students, and their teacher aides or SPAs, student support workers. They've been fabulous in helping our students. And we're very fortunate to have funding from Jordan's principal as well to make that possible. In the high school, we continue with literacy and numeracy support and Mi'kmaq language support. Whether it were packets that went home, that getting things outside the box. Learning sometimes is narrowed to the textbook. Turn to page 31, question 3. That's not learning, that's rote learning. We want to have creative learning, to have students create skills that will take them into the future, because they are our future. Our children in our schools are our future. So we have to get them involved. And by learning by rote, you're not creating innovative students. You want students that will be leaders. And by leaders, you get creative thinking. So they go hand in hand. There's Pam. I think everybody knows her. She's our high school alternate learning program, and she runs a fantastic food tech course, which I enjoy the benefits of, as everyone can tell. I get the leftovers, but I won't refuse them. We also have Eleanor Gugu. She's one of our high school teachers with alternate education, and Shannon. She's also providing support services for high school students and our school guidance. High school, again, we have a deficit there. We are expecting to move on to university, but we've had 2 years of online learning. We have a gap to fill, but we don't do it by, you gotta do this page by Friday. We're putting stress on students. We have to forget the time frame. Focus on the learning. Whether we only finish 1 page in a week or 10 questions in a week. It's the focus on the skills that they're learning. And those skills can transfer to the next page and the next page. But we don't want to stress our students by saying, we got to finish this by the end of the term. We got to remember that learning happens all the time, but to put a time frame on it, that is not moving ahead to close the gap. All we're doing is putting more stress on our students. Building relationships with students, creating an inviting learning community, and having a good time are some of the most important components of the secondary grades 9 through 12. And this is true, whether it's creating cooking, whether it's costumes, ribbon dresses, skirts, even getting the guys to get involved in some of the other processes that go on throughout the school, whether through BT or whatever. That is still learning, and it's getting them to work together. And I keep going back to learning together, and you think I'm repeating myself, and I am, but there is a reason. Social skills build educational skills. Often students in secondary school need a space. Am I getting ahead of you? Good. Often students in the secondary school need a space to learn that is tailored to meet the needs. Unfortunately, the 6-foot distancing. We've all gone through that, enter through different doors. Let's hope that we can get back to normal. We've been 2 years, I guess the word might be at war with COVID. So hopefully we can bypass that and move on and become, I guess, the new normal. And we're working towards that at Wagamama. Some of the activities that we've been doing is taking the kids swimming. Some of our high needs students have been, we have a physical activity program for them to go to the pool and get activity because we've all been inactive. God knows if I turned sideways, you'd see how inactive I was, which I am not. You're only getting a frontal view. I still can see my shoes though. Pam cringes down at the back there. Jordan Principals team. Jordan's principal, we're very fortunate. We have Rochelle Chasson. She's our speech therapist. Monica and Kristen, Monica Boyd and Kristen Boyd are both behaviorists. And with our students, we certainly need that because behavior, it's not that it's to the new normal. So they're excellent at helping. We offer support for student assistance programs, program assistance, whether it be through PD, just working with MK. All the help that the MK provides is phenomenal. And I give you thanks. I'm going to pinpoint 1 or 2 people maybe that I hope I will not embarrass, but they've been a great asset because everyone at the MK that comes to our school is phenomenal. They have brought us through the darkness. And that sounds dramatic, but it has been a dark period for all of us. And I didn't realize how dark it was until I came here yesterday as I started off. Some of our emotional regulation. We're getting kids back to thinking, to relax, to feel themselves, to feel where their feelings are and how to deal with their feelings. Again, just activities by playing together, they're socializing, but they're also using Mi'kmaq. And by using conversational Mi'kmaq, they're building their skills at the earliest of ages. It's crucial. Leadership. We have Deuce as our VP, John Leonard. I think everybody knows John Leonard is our principal, and Joanne as a very special person as the director of education. And we sorely miss her creativity. Her skills are phenomenal. Her ideas are excellent, and we hope to have her back soon working with us. Leadership starts when we see even the youngest students' potential for the future. At our graduation, whether it be the kindergarten graduation or the grade 12, how they've grown in a year. We've lost that. We got to bring it back. And hopefully this graduation in June will be semi-normal, we hope. Again, activities with kids, bringing elders, parents, students, all working together to be creative. Those are the ways that we advance as an educational institution. And I hate to use that word institution, it sounds clinical. But as an organization, It's a team. We work together, whether it's the kindergarten teachers to the grade 12 teachers. We work together in wings first, in pods, and then as a collective staff. But specifically, we look at the elementary wing, the middle school wing, and the high school wing. We brainstorm, we develop, and we improve to help close the gap on the two things that we're talking about today, the academic gap and the mental health gap that we're facing. The goal for leadership is to encourage all students to go to meet their future goals. Without having a goal set, there's no direction. They build their directions while they're in high school, junior high, and in some cases, even elementary. We have to focus on enhancing, encouraging, growing those skills and interests. Post-secondary, we'll skip that one. I had the mayor brush some extra wrinkles in my face so that I'd look wiser and stuff like that. But post-secondary, we still have a navigator. It's phenomenal. It's helped us, especially myself now that I'm also the acting director. I don't have enough time to spread myself, so the navigator has proven itself time and time again. Unfortunately, the school borrowed my last navigator, and I just have received a new navigator, so she's in training. Last year, we had 10 grads. Our numbers were down. Never before have we had so year I only had 57 apply, and that took to the end of, by Easter we were filled. So it shows the interest of students to get back to normal learning once it was announced. And I have to bring someone's attention to our nominal role in Gloria. I don't mean to embarrass you, Gloria. Gloria, you see, Joanne helped me with doing the nominal role for post-secondary. Gloria stayed till 6 o'clock one evening. I gave her the chance, I'd take her to supper, come back the next day. I gave her lots of options. She says, no, we'll keep doing this till we're finished. That's the mentality of all the MK staff. They're there totally committed to helping us, each and every one of our schools and our communities. Without the MK, we sometimes take them for granted, but we shouldn't, because it's that extra step that they take that makes us successful. So again, we'll to all the MK staff and the administration and the directors, because without that support, we would not be where we are today. Well,
Well, Gordon. And I love seeing Phyllis, Rod, and Rara. I especially love Rara's cooking. Like, that's what I think about when I think about Rara. Interventions, Gordon's right on the money here when, our children have not gained the skills that they need to in kindergarten because of COVID, right? And those skills, as simple and easy as they sound, build greater skills, and they are needed and required to continue the learning in a meaningful way. I loved your slide about creating leaders. And, these kids are going to be responsible for us and our children and their grandchildren. So one day when they take the reins, we want them to be capable leaders and confident leaders and very cultural leaders. So that's what we always have to think about when teaching. And I love that monster hat. Like, that's just beautiful. And I think Joanne is probably tuning in online because we know Joanne, right? And she's probably saying, sir. I just could hear her, sir. So, she's with us, and I'm sure she's watching via YouTube right now. So let's welcome our next presentation, Annapolis Valley, Tass and Diana. Oh, there you are, Diana. I lost you. She's with the cool kids. Love it.
No, they're just Annapolis Valley. You don't have nothing, you're just doing it improv.
Okay.
The chiefs, you know, the students and the whole teams. I know none of us would be here if it wasn't for, you know, everyone working together. So I'll introduce our teachers here, Diana McLean and Claudia Benedict, right? Sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong. They're going to do our presentation on our P to 12 school that we have in our community. We're very small, but I'm going to let them have the floor. No problem.
Thanks very much. It's such a privilege to be here after a couple of years with of us being isolated and separated from each other. And every now and then we have the privilege of meeting some very special people in our lives, people who can be mentors, role models. And today I had the really good fortune of not really meeting, but listening to two people. And one of those was Dean Simon, who I thought was unbelievably inspirational because I'm out there also in the Annapolis Valley First Nation, where we care very deeply about language, but we struggle because we only have one language speaker in the community. And to see what Dean Simon has done independently on his own, and then to listen to Miss L, who started singing all by myself, I thought, well, Diana, you can't feel too bad about what's happening in your own community, because obviously what Miss L has done without having much background in language to bring language so alive to the students in her community that truly it's an inspiration. So I think I'm going to go home with a much more positive attitude, knowing that I can do a lot better with what I have at my disposal. And as Gordon said, I really want to start out by thanking MK for all the support that they've provided for us over the past couple of years. And it's been really, really powerful. If I didn't say a special thank you to Bublo, I would be remiss, because she has been our lifeline to language over the past couple of years, virtually, in person, coming to celebrations that we've had in the community, and most recently putting lessons online that could be delivered at any time to our students, because we had people coming and going at really crazy times. So Bublo, we're so grateful to everything that you've done for us. Also, the tech team has been brilliant, and Alan and James have been there to support us all the way along. They've been marvelous problem solvers, and we've had many, many problems to solve. And they've come in, they've provided accessibility to internet that our community didn't have. There are outside ports now for people who cannot afford to have internet in their homes. So there are places in the community where we can gather. I really want to say also thank you to James, who has come into our community, not just virtually, the actual real body has been there several times, helping us out with professional development, helping us with apps, helping us with hardware, with software, helping us with things like we are very, very small. And so you can imagine how much it costs to buy textbooks for grades 9, 10, 11, and 12, all subjects. And so we're now using the Edwin platform, which the tech team at MK has provided for us. And it's really, really made it possible to do our senior high school courses. The literacy consultants, the team from primary right through to 12, Brenda and Sheila have been fabulous, providing resources, providing support, providing professional development. Also, I really want to say thank you to Rebecca, who, when she's least expected, just pops in with treats from above, and really has made us feel pretty good. And sometimes when things were really not looking that great. Also, the autism support team has been a really tremendous support to us. Ambra and James and Catherine Rahe, who supports MK by times, have come and met with us in person and continue to provide online professional development for us with our autism support team in the school. And another thank you I'd like to give would be to my fellow principals, many of whom I haven't met in person, but we have been meeting regularly online during the past 2 years. And, you know, really, you probably are my biggest social outlet, although you wouldn't know it, just to get online and see those friendly faces and realize that we're all there together. We are a team and we're here for all here for the same reason. And at our last principals meeting, there was some discussion about starting with a prayer, and there was discussion about whether it really is a prayer or whether it is a meditation, a contemplation. But I have to tell you, I was a principal in the public schools for many, many years, and you would never, never find that kind of grounding respect to start a meeting and to end a meeting. So although we'll discuss what it is we're doing, it still is a connection to the Creator, a connection to spirit that I think links us all together. And I think it has been, you know, profoundly supportive for me. And I also want to say, just before I tell you a little bit more about our school, I just want to say in memory of two very, very special elders who are no longer with our community, but who have left us during the COVID pandemic. In memory of Elder Captain Gerald Tony Sr. and in memory of Elder Fred Phillips. And they were the heart and soul of our school and our community. And I have to say that their spirit and strength now resides in us. We carry their legacy forward. And so that's something that's really important to us. So I was sitting with the cool kids over there at that table, and they didn't even realize that we had a school in our community. So we're very small, primary to 12, and we're small, but we're mighty. We're really powerful. And we are only in our 4th year of operation as a full-time school in the community. Now, our school is our community is less than 5 minutes by bus to the local public school. So parents have, you know, an alternative. They can send their children to school in the community, or they can send them to the local public school. Now, in the local public school, some of our students are thriving, others are not. They're struggling with problems with literacy, with isolation, with being disconnected from community, disconnected from cultural values, dealing with issues of anger, depression, learning disabilities, failure, frustration, fear, and defeat. And those tend to be the children and the youth that we get back. They come to our school because they need that one-to-one attention. They need a small group, and they really do need to be connected to culture and connected to community. So we do have, in our school, we do have the youth at greatest risk. So we do need to provide a lot of support emotionally, behaviorally, and academically. In our first year, which was 4 years ago, we had 3 grade 12 graduates. We're very small. We only have 2 full-time teachers. And the 2 teachers, we teach from primary to 12. And Claudia, who you just met, is our behavioral consultant. And she is employed through Jordan's Principal and works primarily with one youth who faces severe challenges and is on the autism spectrum. And we have a teacher aide. So that's all of us. We're really tiny. But with the infinite wisdom of our chief and council, and that's because pretty well all of the students and most of the staff that our psychologists and therapists provides for us. During COVID, we really never shut down in the Annapolis Valley First Nation. The students were at home, but the teachers were at school most of the time. And we remained in the community, and all students, the teachers met with all students at least once a week. And we would do front porch meetings so that we would go with our baggies and our things to take to the students. They would return to us the work that they had done for the week. We have some parents in our community who are really terrified of computers, terrified for their kids to have a device in front of them, scared about how much time they're going to spend on it, whether they're actually going to be doing any work. So we did a combination of approach. There was some online and some of it was just done with work packets, depending on how that family felt. We really wanted to provide a level playing field because we knew that one size fits all was not going to work for our students. We also, during that time, provided tutorial support for any of the students that were in the public system who needed help. We were there, we were in the community, we were in the school, so we were available to provide support all the time. Also, we are always available in the evening, so students have our numbers. We're small enough that we can do it. So we do a lot of work with students online at night. And we have some pretty terrific partnerships going. And one thing that we're very proud of is a partnership that we have with the Nova Scotia Department of Labor and Advanced Education. So our school does not end with 18-year-olds at grade 12. Our school is open to the entire community. So we have many, many adults who were never able to get a grade 12 coming back now to work with us. And every year we graduate probably up to 2 adults who never ever were able to complete the grade 12. And we're able to do that because we're certified as a school for adult learning. And we have, anywhere between 8 and 12 people studying with us all the time, working on getting their grade 12 diploma. We're growing, and next year it is our hope, our fervent hope, that we will have a 2-room portable sitting in a parking lot beside what we now call a school. Our school is housed in the basement of what used to be the band office and is now underneath the gaming area and the bingo hall. And we don't have much space. We make do with what we have, but we would give our eye teeth to have a 2-room portable. I'm putting it out to whoever here has holds the purse strings. It's not much, but it's all we want. If we had 2 rooms, we could have a library, we could have an area for chemistry, we could have a lab, we could have a music room space. We could do an awful lot of things. We could have our adults and our elders meeting with our youth, and it would just make such a big difference. We have so many capable young adults in our community. And every day we open the school after the children leave, after the youth have gone, to anyone in the community to come in. The school is open for several hours after kids leave. And it's a drop-in. And during COVID, unfortunately, we weren't able to have tea and whiskey for our elders, but that's what we like to do. A couple of times a week, just have a drop-in time. But we've had, we have some struggle because there seems to be some animosity on the part of the province to offering adult diplomas to our students, but we've motored through, and we seem to have, the thing is, if you just go ahead and do it, it's like asking permission or saying sorry. We just went ahead and did it, and we were successful, and then nobody said, I'm sorry, you can't do that. We're fiercely proud of what we do with the adults in our community. And I'll tell you a story about 2 or 3 of them. One of them was a student who was really, really terrifically strong in math in high school. At the age of 14, was in a car accident and suffered a severe head trauma, which left her in a coma, and fought for well over a year just for her life. And that young woman is now over 40 years old, and she graduated in December from the Annapolis Valley First Nations School. So we're so proud of her. Not only did she graduate, she's been accepted to NSCC. She's in a wheelchair and she's partially paralyzed, but she's been accepted into the business program at NSCC. So we're so proud of her. Another one of our young men struggled in high school with profound depression and anxiety, and of course, attendance suffered as well. He joined us in grade 10, graduated, and was one of 100 youth chosen from all around the world to go on the expedition to Greenland and Northern Canada.
to study climate change. He also was employed then by Olneweg to develop games with an indigenous focus. And he was also one of 36 youth. I think there were about 5 or 6 from Mi'kma'ki who went as young ambassadors to a national forum that met with the Prime Minister to talk about alternatives in education for Indigenous youth in Canada. And he presented the model of our school, which is really, really small and really just contained within a community, as a relatively inexpensive way for very high-risk youth to get the support they need to really be successful. And this young fellow is now working with us. He works with us every day. He is sponsored through the technology program at MK. And he's a real techno wizard, but he helps us with one very specifically challenging young man. And he works with us every day. And he'll be going back to community college in the fall. The third student I'm incredibly proud of is also a young lady who is turning 50 and will soon graduate from Acadia, but she's come through our learning center. And she's now studying, she's doing her degree in politics. She also has spina bifida. She was never expected to live past her 20s, but now she's just thriving. She won the Nova Scotia Adult Literacy Award, the one award that's given in the province. So we're so proud of her too. So we may be small, but impact is measured, person by person. And what are we proud of in the Annapolis Valley First Nation? First of all, we're proud to be different. We're proud to be not the same as a public school. We're proud to be able to offer more culturally appropriate, culturally oriented programming, education through an Indigenous lens. We can offer individual educational opportunities to all our community members. We have a thriving daycare and after-school program supervised by Jeannie Tony. We also have a lot of land-based learning happening, and we have a beautifully accessible medicine trail, and our chief and council has just built something that makes it look almost like it's a national park. We have a beautiful accessible ramp that gets us onto the trail because 2 of our adult learners are in wheelchairs. So it's like making the woods accessible for all of our community members. Our community strongly supports our knowledge keepers, and our knowledge keepers are given training and then they come back and can work with us in the school. And we have 2 new programs that are going to be starting next year. And the first is called Mi'kmaq Language, Culture, and Literacy. And it's going to be offered every day for probably an hour and 45 minutes a day. And it's going to be open to the entire Kings County community. So it's not just going to be Annapolis Valley First Nation. It's an adult program that's available to everyone. And the other program is going to be focused on food security and poverty. And we're looking at food security through an Indigenous lens. And we've got a fabulous teacher who has just graduated, who was a resident of Pictou Landing, and she's developing the program for us so that we do have a wonderful Mi'kmaq educator who is developing that program. It's going to be offered in the fall also through our adult education school, and it will be offered every day all year. And those programs are going to be Mi'kmaq focused, but they're going to have literacy, numeracy, communication, time management, and a lot of other essential skills built right into them. Our community is also proud to be the owner of a thriving farm. And that farm supplies organic produce to much of Eastern Canada. A lot of our, the beans, most of the dried beans that you eat are grown on the farm that's owned by the Annapolis Valley First Nation. I know my sister owns a distillery in Lunenburg, and all of the organic raspberries that go into their raspberry liqueur come from the Annapolis Valley First Nation. And that will become an ongoing part of our high school programs. It'll be a focus of our grade 11 agriculture course. And already our students are taking advantage of the farm to have cooperative education opportunities. We also have a greenhouse, which has been supplied, I think, by Olneweg in partnership with the Annapolis Valley First Nation. And that will be used in part of our food security course next year, but also by the wider community to do a lot of things like preserving and canning. And we're really proud to celebrate Mi'kmaq culture every day in our school. We have a thriving arts program, and our chief and council are really working hard to provide facilities that are really great for our kids. We have a major playground renovation project in the works, and building a permanent traditional powwow site in the community. And we have Acadia University so close by us, so they do provide us with practice teachers that support our school. So you can imagine if we've got 2 teachers and we're dealing with curriculum primary to 12, especially when you're looking at the grade 9 to 12, and you're thinking of how many preps that is when we're looking at math and science and social studies and English. So to have a couple of practice teachers really lightens the load for us. So in closing, I just want to say again how thankful we are to MK, and how much that we do believe that language is a sacred trust, and that culture is rooted in language. And although we do not have but one Mi'kmaq language speaker, fluent speaker in our community, it still really matters to us going forward. And yesterday, the chief told me that we're going to be one of 4 sites that will be involved in a Mi'kmaq language pilot program, which I'm really excited about. And really it is our strength. And any support that we can have to become more proficient in language is a real blessing for us. But having met Miss L and having seen what Mr. Simon has done independently, it gives me more courage and confidence just to get out there, dig in and do it. Quit waiting for other people to do it for you, really. And with Pablo's support, I think we have a future going ahead for us. So Walalia, all, thanks so much.
Well, yeah, Diana. Yes, Annapolis Valley is a small school, small and mighty, but growing. Over the last number of years, it has grown from 2 to 4 to 8 to so many. Tass? July 16 and 17 powwow, and strawberry pickers are needed in Annapolis Valley. Come work. Don't go to Maine, go to ABFN. Diana and her team have created efficient systems. This is a very small space and it's very efficient, very organized. It has to be. And I have witnessed their care and commitment to providing the best educational experience for their students. When you walk in, it is love first. And sometimes our kids need that to thrive in the environments. And I was happy that you mentioned Elder Fred and Elder Gerald. Gerald was a member of our advisory, and it was unfortunate that he passed when he did. Given the situations we were in. And Fred, oh my God, if you ever drove to Annapolis Valley, he would talk your ear off. And he was so loud, but very missed. I missed him the last time I drove through. So we're now going to welcome our next presenters. Agenda, please. And it's the Allison Bernard Memorial High School tech presentation. And that will be done by Miss Carol Ann and Miss Kia. I think your presentation is up here with Julian.
They're doing it from the top of their iPads.
Oh, fancy. Let's welcome them. It's going to be done via iPods. Okay. iPods. Fancy. Double trustful.
Oh, you can unplug now. Okay, so he has airplane. Remember, if you can, hold it horizontally. Oh, yes, I have to accept. Yeah, accept it. Yeah. All right, you're up.
We, Deluisi Kia Paul, Pegasilkam, Eldrum, Caroline. Depeg, na?
Yeah, Raja Gisagui bus.
Basta ya? Okay, Gidu School to Mega, online learning, Eskazoni, Elia. We have, we started off with March 2020 when 2 cases landed on the shores of Nova Scotia. And Friday, March 13, ABMHS shut down due to not COVID, but a possible shooting threat in CBRM. Monday, March 16, extended March break began. And this is where our story starts. Do you guys remember this? March 30th, Premier McNeil announced home learning, e-learning, to commence in Nova Scotia. So what did e-learning mean in terms of teaching and learning for students and staff who had to stay at home to social distance? So as you guys are all mostly educators here, there was a lot of uncertainty. For me, myself, I was uncertain how I had to deliver math curriculum to my Math 10 students who were at home. We were home and we had a lot of questions and we didn't have answers at the time, but uncertainty of how we could deliver our lessons and achieve our outcomes while respecting the new provincial guidelines. So the challenges started. Access to online learning, unstable Wi-Fi connections. Online learning did not support all types of learners. And this is something Caroline and I were discussing. Sometimes, for special needs students, online probably was not a good mode of education at the time. Also, the fact that we couldn't send out paper packages was another problem. So we were kind of having our hands tied and we need to be innovative and fast. So also we kind of started to have problem in engaging students. How are we gonna get a hold of all these students that were on extended March break? Now that was a really big challenge for us. We had to go online, physically seek out our students and try to, to makeshift a classroom so that we can deliver some sort of classrooms. So it was also very challenging for some staff who weren't exactly tech savvy as well. So a lot of them were kind of, nervous about how their classrooms and teaching was going to look like. So what we want to show you today is what we're doing today in our classrooms. And as you know, we still are in the pandemic, of course. Bugoki students gidu school oti mira jibadimik, they're scared of COVID. So we are also accommodating those students that are still at home learning. So I want to show you, hey, okay. Setting up virtual classrooms. So teachers had access to Google Classrooms, but yet we weren't exactly knowledgeable about Google Meets. So this is how it all began. So Caroline's going to share hers. I'm going to stop mirroring. And yeah, Caroline.
All right. What you showing? When I started, I didn't even know how to mirror. That's how bad I was. I didn't know how to mirror. I had to ask for help. I didn't know anything about all the stuff that I'm doing. So at the beginning of my online teaching, I would post the notes online. Hopefully they were uncomfortable, which wasn't always the case. And then in order for me to try to reach students, I'll do up on videos. So, but I would make videos at home. You'll see my 1000% improvement at the end. So they had to be short and sweet because my Wi-Fi was trash.
Everybody's
Wi-Fi was trash. I use my phone. Old age, my poor daughter used to be my photographer. When I was uploading stuff, I'd be parked at the school just to upload 2-minute videos.
With a fiber up,
and then if it was any bigger than the 2 minutes, it took forever. One time I was uploading stuff outside the school, of course. Then my iPad dies. What happens when your iPad dies while you're uploading? I have to start all over again. I had to wait for it to charge. So here is my video, my first generation video.
And this is what I had going on at my place as well, having poor my baby girl Ryan film me while I was trying to teach.
I did. Hold on.
I was saying it wrong, but what I'm looking for to put here would be my variable. So my variable here, which is my letter, is going to be X. I don't remember what colors I used a while ago. So X is this one. That goes in there. And I am
explain on
this equation. Equation. I'm getting lazy, so I'm just going to write that. And here I'm going to solve the equation on the bottom. So my left side is going to be X. And what am I doing to X? I'm subtracting 2. And then on my whole left side, I am going to have the whole thing. It's going to be X minus 2. And then here I subtracted 2, so that's supposed to be here. On the bottom, I have 5. So whatever is on the right side of your equation always goes here, which is 5. My inverse operation of subtracting 2 would be adding 2. So 5 plus 2 is 7, and that's my answer.
So that was me when I began. That was I was like my age, literal little whiteboard, you marker, that's how I first, whatever it started. Yeah.
So sure, he's giving me whiteboard, and I use that in my wall. And also I added extra painting to my wall because every time I erased, it landed on my wall as well. So midwa muge anyway wall and so okay, piskamani jam. So that was the beginning. Not to botchi like koi. So what I'm going to do now is take you to how easy it is to upload your videos or take videos and record classes in real time. So right now I have a class of students waiting for me at ABMHS, who I hope waited for me. So here, and the wonderful thing about this, you can also duplicate, keep the same class that you have right now and to add it onto a different time. So anyway, I'm not gonna keep my students waiting. Hopefully, Eskamalijic. Whoop. Join. Eskamalijic students. So we're right here. Get a look at another one. Munanin. Hi. Nuduya?
Oh, you're muted.
I'm muted? Oh, yeah. Hi, class. Hi, Sid. Hi, Ray. Hi, Thomas, Ada, Carmine. Hi, Noel. Did you guys do your homework? They're very honest. Hi, Noel. I like Noel. Hi, Noel. Hi. Thank you. Sid, Raymond. Okay, Raymond. Thanks. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to bring up the lesson that they had. So this tool that we use is called Explain Everything, and it's been our savior since the pandemic started. And here I'll be presenting my broadcasting. Uh-oh. No. Well, anyways, always a glitch.
Yeah.
But anyways, here we have, this is what they did for homework yesterday. So yes, come on, like, Jeff. So Tuesday, May 17th. I don't think my students hear me, huh? I'm still muted. No, do we all? Oh yeah, they hear me. Okay, do you guys see this? All right, let me do Okado. You guys see it on your phones? On your Chromebooks? Or you can also, as long as you have Google Chrome and Google Meets downloaded, you're able to access this. You know, I'm sorry that I didn't get some emails from people so that you guys can actually look at it from your phones if you had the Chrome and whatever downloaded. So anyways, did you Apple Pen them? Mine is over there somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing today is we're converting distances. So 1 mile is equivalent to, okay. How much look at office? Come on, like. What? You can't see my screen.
No, because you're sharing it already with us. You can't share it twice.
Lovely.
Yeah, next year we'll have.
So can I fake this then?
What's that?
I'm gonna fake this, okay? Well, in my classroom, this is what the students see. And the students that opt to do online learning, they see that at home if they want to do it in real time. So here we have, my pointer doesn't work.
Use your finger.
Mohammed, look what, oh, I look like, yeah, okay. First world probs. Okay, converting distances. So we know that 1 mile is equivalent to 1.609 kilometers, and 1 kilometer is a little over half a mile. So what their homework was to do page 85, your turn in their book. This is Math That Works 10, by the way. So the question was, so A, 30 miles, 2 kilometers. Estimate. And I found that a lot of my students hate to estimate. For me, they need to know the exact answer and right away. So they're always getting calculating. But I'm like, you know what, guys? You need to estimate. Use friendly numbers, which are first non-zero coefficients of numbers. So to estimate, I hope you guys learned something too. You never know. You guys all know this anyway, right? So we say 1 mile is about 1.5 kilometers. So what we're going to do here is chunk a little bit. So 30 miles. Hey, shh, I know. Ada. I know those. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to have to just send this to you, send this video to you later on, because, well, as soon as we're done here, but I can't double share. The tech guy here, Julian, is stopping it. It's his fault. Cutting everybody, eh? Maham, we're recording. No, it's not recording. See, micro. So
And guess what
Ada,
it's doing? It's cutting us off from recording. too.
yeah, so we can't record, so.
I mean, if you stop sharing, you can do it and tell us about it if they can see it.
Well, they see this every day,
Yeah.
and they're being kind enough to see this. So anyway, so basically this is what we do. So 30 miles, we take the 0.5, divide it in half, 15, put them together. So the estimate is about 45 miles. To calculate 30 miles multiplied by 1.069 kilometers per mile. So we are left with 48.27 kilometers, and we round that. Since it's not stated, we always round it off to the 10th, nearest 10th. So since 7 is 5 or greater, then the preceding number 2 turns to a 3. Exactly, I heard that, good answer. So 48.3 kilometers. So this is kind of what we do. This is exactly what we do every day. So the kids that are home, when on their own time, they're able to access these videos when they want, because I found that in real time, a lot of them don't want to be online with us, engage. So they're sent videos, and I'm going to show you how to send that video. We create a web link. Okay. Any recordings. We're still going to send it. See? Oh, such ultra fast Wi-Fi here. Awesome.
Only right now.
Only because I'm using it. I knew it. I have that energy. So here, what we're doing is we're sending it to Google Classroom. And I'm going to look for, that's one of my other classes, Math 10. So I look for Math at Work, their class, make an announcement, Making me sweat a little bit, only a little bit. So put the date down. Tuesday, May 17. And we'll just say homework review. Oopsie, he review. Homework review. And smaken them. And I sent it to their class and done. Okay, guys, you guys are all wonderful. I will give you extra homework points when I get back to class tomorrow. Então, isto aí, Noel. Okay, well, all y'all guys. See you, Sid. Oh. See you. Huh? Oh, okay, I'm going to show you guys one last minute. Everybody get back on. Nah, there's my Brady Bunch. Oh. Okay, Sean, Carmine, Thomas. We're all camera shy. This is your time to shine, kids. Let's go. All right. All right, guys, we'll see you. And here it's as easy to just hang up. So just end the call. See you there. So if I go back into my Google Classroom, Ledek, it's right here. Cool, huh? And also, there's videos for every day. See, attachment, so that the kids that are online, or if kids for some reason had an appointment that day, they're able to access the videos or what happened during the class time and upload it and watch it anytime. So there it is. Okay, now you get Carolyn. Oh yeah, I forgot to show this part. All right. You can tell we're teachers. We're not very good at making, PowerPoint, and we did this all on docs.
Yeah, she's scratching me. She called me an elder. I'm only a year older than her. What's her age?
Benefits. So teaching and learning from the comfort of your own home. So this goes for students that are at home. And while we were told to stay home, the teachers are able to have your cup of tea and teach online at home as well. So then you get Dante, so
You just showed that.
oh, so what I just showed you was synchronous learning. So what we did there was synchronous learning. So I was teaching them supposedly on real time. We were teaching and learning together synchronously. So the kids that access these videos, that's asynchronous for them. So anyway, I'm going to pass this on to Carolyn. Okay, well, I'll smart. Oh, yeah, Karen. Okay. No.
All right. Because I mean, I read Google Classroom. So as you can tell, I can upload units as notes to explain everything. So I'll show you what I do. Save a few pages of notes in PDF and then send the notes with relevant titles as new material in Google Classroom. So Gulam Goy, 88 to my Google Drive. We never do make nice Google. That's good. Show when you get back. So if I use any notes,
Not reading glasses all.
you got it. Oh my God, it's baka date. I'm gonna guide you. The Malaga, when you Elmiad, well, on, okay, when Elliot, it's on you. Anybody? She's just hating on me. I don't know why. I love her. Must be Asian, but. Oh, do your house in that. Well, guess what I did though? I got smart. I did have the notes that I have shared. I already did them. You're gonna look at them up. So these are the notes. You got one. Here's the notes that I actually sent out to the students as PDF files already. Joab, voila, is an explanation of my note.
Can we add the same number to both sides and it still be there? It be true.
From my
So if I choose any number,
little whiteboard.
so if I add 5 on my left side and add 5 to my right side, inequality is still true. So -2 plus 5 is 3, 4 plus 5 is 9, and it's still true. Now, if we choose a negative number, same thing. -2 plus -3 is -5. 4 plus -3 is 1. It's still true. The next one is if we subtract. So if we add something to both sides, then it's true. Now let's see if we subtract. So -2 is still less than -4. If we subtract 6 from both sides, -2 subtract 6 is -8. 4 minus 6 is -2, so it's still true. If we choose to subtract a negative number, so 2 minus -3 is 1. 4 minus -3 is 7. So this inequality is still true. When the same number is added or subtracted from each side of an inequality, the resultant inequality is still true. Therefore, we can still use the zero pair idea to solve inequalities. Compare an equation with an inequality. So h plus 3 equals 5. For solving for x, we want to do the opposite operation without having to create the boxes. So here I added 3. If I add 3, if we do the inverse operation, we subtract 3. So we subtract 3 from both sides of the equation. So my answer is going to be h equals 2. There is only one solution where h is equal to. When I do the inequality, I do the same thing. When I was creating the equation, I added 3, but now we have an inequality of less than 5. So we have, when I add 3, the opposite operation is subtracting 3. And what I do to one side, I have to do to the other side. And plus 3 and minus 3 is equal to 0. And 5 minus 3 is equal to 2. So there are many possibilities for this one, though, as long as it's less than 2. So the examples are 0, -3, -4 and 6/10, etc.
I use math.
All right, we're going to solve the inequality, verify the solution, graph on the number line. So 6 and 2/10 is less than or equal to x. No, 6.2/10 is less than or equal to x. All right, we've been...
Understood. This goes on for another while, so I don't think you want to watch my whole explanation video. Google Classroom. So here's my Google Classroom. I have a couple students. So these are all the notes that I've sent. I don't do the same thing she does. I do different ways, but as long as we get it done. So I have the notes that I just had up was it was bakade, you know. So here's the notes that I told you about. They're up on Google Classroom, but I put them in under material, not under announcements. Did you here's the notes that I just showed you. They're all up on Google Classroom. When I send stuff out, oh no, I mean, ilkidum goy.
Classroom.
Streaming, okay, hold on. So we'll get him on Ningoy. I go to classwork, let me do a classwork, get it, and then when I add something, and I add it usually as material. So whatever PDF files I have, all the worksheets, I like downloading worksheets from the internet. I save them as in PDF files in Google Classroom, not Google Class, in Explain Everything. You ilke them on dit. You kids, and they're able to actually work on them. If they're at home, they can work on them. They can send me a picture of whatever they do, and then I'm able to edit them to about Kina'matnewey, which is cool. That's like a cool feature. On there, there's also a Google Forms where I could make up tests. I could like go through like so much stuff right now.
I like that one where she does have the test. She doesn't even need to correct them.
Yeah, correct the water. Once you set it up with the answer key, do you know what doing like the point value for each question? It actually corrects it for you. Mount Duego, Nasi, the ones you have to fill in. Most of the time, I use multiple choice. That way, if I use multiple choice, there's a definite answer. But if I use the ones where you fill in, obel format obel wigamish goy, then yeah, then it's whatever. Or if your negative is not a negative but something else, then it messes it up.
It's frustrating for both teachers and students.
So this is like super. I love Explained Everything. Can
So
you
nice.
tell?
Love it.
Can you tell?
We love it. We
Yeah, I dig
endorse
it.
this message.
We fully whatever. I had like a whole bunch of other stuff that I want to talk about, but. So I could do school to me,
You
maybe.
do scoot them up, but one last thing.
Oh, hold on. I just want to show something right quick about Google Classroom.
Yeah.
No, Maha, could you show out and under bus?
We're just excited.
If I were
Big
to
city.
do adjustment, right in their Google Classroom, they could actually click on the link for Google Meets. They don't have to like press whatever. Edit right in their Google Classroom. But edit link. I don't have to make a link, which is cool.
You know them with Carolyn, how to use this technique I used it for one of my tests when the kids were, they were preparing for.
Oh, Elger, now I'm Medosma, David. Get that?
Yes. Sabah. Okay, ease up. Yes.
Bit of knowledge.
Bit of knowledge. I have a lot to learn.
One color wadian.
Well, I don't color my hair. Take them out. All right. I just want to show you the classwork. Okay, let's go to a different class. Okay, as I talked about before, this is your class, your Google Classroom. And then I will upload assignments, sometimes quizzes, but for instance, if we did this one. And what you're gonna see pretty soon is a list of students that submitted completed assignments and students that did not. And a few kids oops, I'm sorry that you're seeing, I shouldn't, well anyways, oh my goodness, I'm not, can't even cover it. Well anyways. Well anyways, look, there's marks right here. So kids can see their marks right away. There we go, thank you. Ms. Yankanadaman. But anyways, kids
Yeah,
can
we'll
get
see
that
what's up.
feedback right away. And just to show you from previous students, this is a wonderful tool here, and so is your Apple Pen. When they send you a picture or of the completed assignment to you, then you can upload it onto your iPad, and you can correct it right there. Grade it and send it back to them right away. So they'll get that instantly. Sometimes you have that kid who's over, an overachiever. Wait, missing the money. What did I get? 10 o'clock at night. What did I get? So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, hold on, send it back. 100. Yes, they let me sleep.
What if they don't get 100 though?
They don't let me sleep. But I just want to say that Explain Everything has been wonderful. And, before we started doing these Google Meets, we didn't know about mirroring, broadcasting, sharing your screen and things. And in April of 2020, I called Noelle and I'm like, I'm kind of worried about what's going to happen with provincial examinations and what do I do? I cannot not teach. I cannot do this anymore. What do I do? She goes, well, I'm going to add you onto this and we're going to do this and tell me what you see. And she was sharing her screen to me. And then she's like, okay, now you do that to me. So I did that. And so that's where it began. So wonderful support with, Carol Ann, Noelle, our other teachers, Dallas and Laura, who's been using Explain Everything for a few years before the pandemic. So it's been a really wonderful tool and kids like it. And wonderful thing is, let me show you. I'll show you. Look at this. When you have all different color markers. For me, I'm an ADD person. I am. And I like to learn in color. So I assume my students like to learn in color. And the wonderful thing about this is your color pens never run out, dry out. For Noelle, I used all her color markers of 8. Noelle, she already have a few of them sent to me because I like to teach in color. Graphic organizers, color, that's me. But anyway, if you can start using Explain Everything, it's a wonderful tool to use. And we have a wonderful tech guy too, who has helped us iron out some of the wrinkles, James Young and everybody else at MK. So anyways.
Um,
I feel like bridesmaids.
Dus maar, karaoke gala hoor. Oh wel.
Hello.
Gedoe wel nou, pas wel al joh. De Belgique doe ik. It's been an honor, but really, and I'm so happy that we have all the support that we ever need, but anytime.
And if you need us,
Yeah.
you can call us. And you can invite us to the next, symposium. Well, yeah.
So funny. I love it. Make math fun and engaging. Bob and Kyla, like, how you guys doing? Explain Everything. Like, this is your jam. I know it. So we're going to go into an active break. It's 2:45. We're back here at 3 o'clock sharp with a few draws. James and Kim, come in. We're gonna do 80s. Darren, you're built for this. Are we doing 80s? No, okay.
So just a reminder, if you didn't play last time, you're going to go to kahoot.it, type in the code, or you can scan the QR code. Another reminder somebody pointed out is that you're going to choose the color that correlates with the correct answer. Some people weren't sure the last time around. Are you going to get the volume? So remember, you have to get the right answer, but the faster answer also gets you. All right, I think we're good to go. We've got lots of people there. Is anybody still struggling? Nope, ready to go. All right, let's get started.
Wait.
Code's at the bottom there if you didn't. Don't expect me to sing. And Paulina takes the lead again. Is that you?
Yes. God. God.
all the good stuff too. John, is that the word?
Everyone got it.
Wow.
Yeah. Just gone. I'm never coming back. You get one answer wrong, done. Know that Oh, I think it was up for a second. Yeah, it was there. It was there. Get some answers wrong. Can't afford a thing on TV. Deep in my heart, I afford. Taking a push for the win.
Babes is moving up.
Misclick. She's on fire.
It's physical, only logic. She walked into the outdoor. She wore a red
Oh, I tricked you. Oh! Song, last song. Ruby, number 3. Paulina, second. And
Okay, let's do 3. 3 is the magic number. Janet Johnston. Too bad. Haley Bernard. We kept it at the table. That's 1. Ellie Christmas. That's 2. How many? Pick any prize. Just 1 more. You tell us you got one. Ooh, this one is Greg Marr. Second day, second win. We still have the main prize. We still have a few more prizes. So I also want to make an announcement that leaving here today, there is to your right, the first door, Bublo is there with a bunch of Mi'kmaq language resources. So if you're interested, stop by, pick some up. And don't forget those COVID tests. Take them by the crate. They're the short stick, so nose only. All right. Do we have an agenda? All right, so let's welcome our last presentation of the day. And we're going to be discussing, and of course, Darren Google will be presenting about the importance of attendance. And then we'll lead into our discussions. Again, MK represented at the table to take notes, send those immediately to Shara because they're critical to the opening remarks tomorrow. So please send them. So I'd like to welcome Darren. Please come up here, Darren. All right.
Just so you all know, if that last contest was a dance contest, you would have all lost. And you're not allowed to start Billie Jean and not finish the song. That is a rule. You broke the rule. I was ready to dance. And then you put Wham up there and I was ready to dance again. Anyway, I just want to welcome you. I want to talk today about the importance of attendance. A few years ago, I sat down with our school elder, Jane Meter, and we discussed the concept of degodement. And that's the concept of attendance. Oftentimes, we talk about cultural values and what they mean. And people had this tendency to think that school and a lot of our educational values weren't present. They were, they're just not the way we think of them today. So a big part of the establishment of Mi'kmaq Kina'matnewey was an opportunity for us as a collective to reclaim some traditional values around education. And a lot of these values that we have around education stemmed from a need to survive, stemmed from a need to be able to survive in this environment prior to contact. And so some of those survivalist needs, especially around attending. So when we talk about attendance, or when we talk about attending, degodement, really doing what you need to do when you need to do it, being there, being present and attending. So I got two things. I got to slide it here and I got to do it here twice. So really a lot of our issues around attendance in all of our schools, not just here in Mi'kmaq, but across the country in First Nations communities stem from our residential school experience and how that has had a tremendous effect on the loss of a lot of our cultural values. We lost language, we lost our culture, we lost a connection to who we were as a people for many of us. But I think one of the most insidious things was it corrupted a lot of the values that served us well for thousands of years. So the corruption of those traditional values, especially as it relates to education, occurred at that time. So, back one. Okay. So when we talk about the residential school experience, how did that value of attendance become corrupted? And I often think back and look at the experiences growing up. And when we were in school, when we were growing up, if we didn't feel like going to school, our parents never forced it. And so attendance in school wasn't as important, but it's fundamental to getting an education. And how did that value of getting an education become corrupted? Well, it became corrupted because when our parents and their parents and our grandparents went to the residential school and they came back and they were traumatized and there was a lot of trauma that occurred with those children, school was no longer a safe space. So a whole generation of people were raising children, a whole generation of Olnu were raising children. And if their child said, I don't want to go to school, since school was a place of trauma, parents allowed them to stay home, allowed them to opt out of their education, not because they didn't want them to get an education, but because it was a traumatic place for them. When in reality, our own history and our own ability to survive here meant that we did things in the best interest of our children. So we had these two competing values. We want to keep our children safe. We want them to get an education, but how? And so one of the values that was corrupted was the value of attending, because we still wanted to keep our children safe. So our responsibility now that we're in this time and place with Mi'kmaq Kina'matnewey and this new revival of Mi'kmaq education is to restore that value of Mi'kmaq and to restore that Mi'kmaq value of attendance. And we often hear, go to the next slide. So people, you hear education is our new buffalo. Well, we don't have a whole lot of buffalo here. So education is our new fish. Don't kid yourself. For a young Mi'kmaq woman that goes to school and doesn't graduate, if they don't graduate high school, they earn a certain amount of money in their lives. If they graduate high school, they will earn $750,000 more in their lifetime. And if they graduate university, they will earn $1.5 million more in their lifetime. Now, for young Mi'kmaq men, it's not as dramatic. Finishing high school means you'll earn about $500,000 more, and finishing university means you'll earn about $1.5 million more. So high school graduation has to be one of the measuring sticks for success for our communities, because it's huge. It makes the difference between abject poverty and the ability to have enough money to raise a family. And that's what we want. That's what our parents wanted, our grandparents. Generations ago, the ability to provide for your family was fundamental to who you were as a Mi'kmaq person. And so those values that were corrupted, we have to reclaim them. So we need to reclaim those traditional values, and we can start with attendance. Why? Why attendance? Because it's the easiest metric out there. It's an easy metric. Either you're here or you're not. Yes or no. It can be quantified. It's easy to check off, produce a checklist with all of your students, who's here, and you know, who's here? Bruce, and he'll say present, you know. It's the easiest metric that's out there. It can be qualified. And when I say qualified, it means we can figure out why kids aren't there. We can figure out why they're not in school. So we can measure it, we can quantify it with a number, we can qualify it with an excuse. So we can combine them two pieces of data to get a good, strong picture of attendance in our schools. And what we do know, the research has shown right across the country, across every type of nation, it doesn't matter whether you're Indigenous or not. We know that there is a direct correlation to success in school and in later years in school, in junior high and high school, with early success in attendance at school. Why is attendance important? If a student misses 50% of the time, by the time they're grade 1, they've missed a full year of school. Think about that. If they've missed 50% of the time, by the time they get to grade 1, they've missed 1 full year of school. By the time they get to grade 3, they've missed 2 full years of school. By the time they get to grade 5, it's 3. So if they miss 60% of the time, or if they come to school only 60% of the time, they miss 1 full school year by the time they're in the middle of grade 2. Those most fundamental, crucial years, if they don't go to school, they've missed a full year by the middle of grade 2. 75%, if a student comes to school 75, and I'm going to tell you, when we first started down this journey in our community, our students were attending school 75% of the time. What does that mean? It means that for, on average, every one of our students, by the time they got to grade 3, missed a full year of school, an entire year. If a student comes 80% of the time, they've missed 1 full school year by the end of grade 5. If they come to school 90% of the time, they don't miss a full school year until the end of grade 9. And if they come to school 95% of the time, they will not miss an entire school year throughout their entire educational career. Every minute counts. So we've been doing attendance for a long time, and we were counting days and counting days and counting days. We started with the Model Schools Project with the Martin Family Initiative 7 years ago. This is our first independent year. So we're no longer part of that initial, we're no longer supported under the Martin Family Initiative. Wow. But one of the key aspects of that program is 100 minutes of uninterrupted literacy instruction every single day. That is the foundation for that program. And that's the foundation for our school in Membertou. They do literacy education from 8:45 to 10:25 every day. Literacy takes many different forms. It can include Mi'kmaq language literacy. It can include lots of different forms of literacy, not just your traditional literacy class. But now, one of the things that's happened is we started tracking attendance in that program. One of the reasons within the MK SIS system, we can track attendance by the minute now. That was a request from our school because we need to know how much children are going to be there, how important is education. And so we track attendance in our school by the minute. And we report to parents almost every month the amount of time missed in minutes. So they understand the importance of being there, the importance of having a physical body and a presence in the school for success. What does it mean for every minute counts? If you have students that come late every day, and I used to teach way back in the day, I often say, Kim, who is much younger than me, and I graduated 28 years ago from Teachers College. If a child is late 15 minutes every day, they're going to miss 6.25% of the time that day. If they're half an hour late, 12.5%. If a child is, and we have children in our schools that are consistently late, they come in at 10 o'clock every day. That's the equivalent of missing 25%. Even if they were there every single day, if they come an hour late, they've lost a full year of school by the end of grade 3. They've lost a full year of school by the end of grade 3. So attendance counts. Early in our career, I'm quite pleased. My chief is here today, Chief Terry. And first of all, I don't know if he's ever seen me do a presentation since I did one 25 years ago for the job to become Director of Education in Membertou. So one of the earliest things that happened for us, education success is dependent on children being in school, bar none. When I first came to Membertou in 1997, wow, that's a long time ago, and I came as a director, the first thing that I looked at was, well, how are our children, we know they're not graduating. From 1990 until 1997, we had a total of 36 graduates out of 153 students. That's a graduation rate in our community of Membertou of less than 25%. Our high school graduation rate was less than 25%. And believe it or not, we were considered at that time one of the better communities in Mi'kmaq for high school graduation because we had graduates every year. Other communities which were smaller and larger didn't even have those numbers. So it really speaks volumes about where we needed to be. But I remember going to the local school board and having a meeting with the superintendent at the time and saying to him, I wanted to have some access to the data at the elementary level over at St. Anthony Daniel School. So I asked him to share the attendance data for students for 3 years from 1994 to 1997, and we were going to analyze it. And he told me he couldn't do that. He told me they couldn't do, for privacy reasons. I understand now that they were just embarrassed by those numbers. They didn't want to share it with us. So he said, we can't give you that information. And I said, I promise you, if you let me look at that data for 3 years, I won't take the data out of your school. I'll go in and I'll examine the records. So I went through every single CUME card for our students at those schools for 3 years. I would never do that today. I'm way too lazy now. But at that time, it was important to get a number. Our school attendance rate for those 3 years, our school attendance rate at the local elementary school was 76%. And if we look at those numbers earlier, what that meant was our students going to elementary school were missing a full year of school before the grade 3. And before they finished grade 7, they missed 2 full years of school. No wonder our graduation rate was only 25%. They weren't there. The most foundational years for education, our students were absent from the system. And I told them I would never, ever share or publish that data. And for the last 25 years, I've been sharing and putting that data on screen in our community every single year. I also remember we took a few years and we improved our attendance. We got it up. The first year we started talking, we got it up over 80%. And we were quite happy with that. At that time, I never realized that that still meant that kids were missing a full year of school by the end of grade 5. This thing, I remember we started this awards program in member 2, and we established this award called the Chiefs Award for Attendance. Actually, the full name of the award is the Chiefs Award for Excellence in Attendance. And it's the single metric that we use to determine success for students early in their educational life. From at that time, it was grade primary to grade 6. And so we had to set a standard. We needed an excellent standard. So we decided that for our community, 95% was going to be the gold standard. That's going to be the gold standard. If a student can attend school 95% of the time, they're not going to miss an entire year of school by the time they get to grade 12. But that's a high standard when you come from an average, community average of 76%. And you're trying to get to 95. And so we said we're going to set it as our standard, and we did that year. That means that a student based on 170 school days a year, it means that students can only miss about 8.5 days a year. So we use that as our cutoff number. And every year we look at our students' attendance, and every student that misses less than 8.5% gets an opportunity to win, or not an opportunity, they do win the Chiefs Award for Attendance. And what that means in our community, it's a little trophy. It's about this big. It's got the little member 2 logo just like this. And it became such a powerful tool for our community. The first year we offered it, we had some debate. We were looking at our numbers. We only had 7 winners out of 183 students. Less than 4% of our students won that award that year. Less than 4%. We've had exponential growth since we introduced it, though. The first year, we had 7 winners. The second year, we had 11 winners, then 18, then 27, then 36. At our highest, which was before the pandemic, we had 72 winners. We had a little over 45% of our students win that award. Almost half of our students now attending school in a way in which they're coming to school and they're going to guarantee that they're not going to miss a year of school before they finish graduation. No wonder we had the success that we've had with high school graduation since that time. The pandemic has cut into that. We have a yearly objective under our ISO. We have to set yearly objectives. They have to be SMART. They have to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. That whole SMART objective. And our objective in our community since 2003 has always been at least 25% of our students win the Chiefs Award for Attendance. And it's been something that we've been able to maintain. We've gotten as high as 50%. And last year we had 35 out of 126 students, because it used to be primary to grade 6, and now it's primary to grade 5. because we changed the notion of what elementary school is a few years ago. It was P to 6, now it's P to 5. So that's where we're at in our community. Oh. Yes, let's get rid of this. Go past that. No, oh, there should be one more. Oh, it's all right. That was my fault. I put that blank page in there. That's my fault. I had another slide, but it's not there. But I do want to tell you that making education a priority in our communities starts with making attendance in school the biggest part of their early education. We can't allow our schools and our communities to opt out of education. They have to be there. They have to be in front of us. We know that the pandemic has taught us that there's lots of different ways to educate children. But it's also reminded us when we look at our statistics, when we look at where we're at as a community and member to the last 3 years, we've seen an erosion, not of our graduation rate. Our graduation rate has remained quite high, 92.8 last year. But all of those other things have started to slide. All of those other metrics we use for success have started to slide. So when we talk about education and we talk about graduation being the single most important metric we can do to raise us as a nation out of poverty, remember this: many years ago, we used to describe the kids in our community this way. When somebody graduated, because there were only 1 or 2 graduates in our communities, we thought they were exceptional. They were the exceptional student. When you walked across that stage and they threw the tassel from one side to the other, we described that student as exceptional. Today, that's not enough. That's not enough. Graduation can't only be for our exceptional students. Can't only be for those students that are our best and our brightest. It has to be for everyone. We need to make graduation not for the exceptional student, but the expectational student. We need to expect every one of our students, every one of our children in our Mi'kmaq communities to go to school consistently, to get an education, and to walk across that stage. We owe it to them. Anyway, that's my presentation. Thank you.
I love it. Oh, here's your computer, Darren.
What's Alex's? I've already did write the presentation.
Very compelling, you know, especially looking at the numbers and the impact, right? 50% doesn't seem like a long time. 15 minutes, not a long time to a parent, right? So we have to get this messaging out to parents that it matters. Every minute counts because they are the ones who are responsible to get their babies ready for school and, you know, into the care of our systems. And I wanted to speak to tracking through our customized systems. MKSIS is a powerful tool, and a lot of it is underutilized. And, you know, just to Gloria and Dave, if you need it, they will build it. So if there's something that doesn't exist on the MKSIS, they will build it. It may take time, but we are committed to building this platform that is reflective of our wants and needs and desires. Data informed, access, all of this community, all of this data is community owned. We're just stewards and protectors. So it's very important to look at that. And we need to talk more about this, and we need to talk more together, because I know there's excellent practices in communities. So we just have to create the time and the priority and the space to discuss. Let's go to our last 2 questions. Is there a way, Julian, that you can only highlight those 2 questions? Oh. like Disney happens. All right, so again, as always, MK folks, 2, 3 designated to a table. And let's get these notes typed up, the discussion flowing, and then I will set a timer for 35 minutes, and then we'll get into the draws. The draw, you must be here to win. Apple Watch, Midnight Sport Band, and all of the rest of that.